The Oversight Committee exists to secure two fundamental principles. First, Americans have a right to know that the money Washington takes from them is well spent. And second, Americans deserve an efficient, effective government that works for them. Our duty on the Oversight and Government Reform Committee is to protect these rights. Our solemn responsibility is to hold government accountable to taxpayers, because taxpayers have a right to know what they get from their government. Our obligation is to work tirelessly with citizen watchdogs and whistleblowers to deliver the facts to the American people and bring genuine reform to the Federal bureaucracy. On September 11, 2012, 4 Americans were murdered by terrorists. It was the 11th anniversary of the 9/11 terrorist attacks on New York and Washington. Recognizing that the witnesses before us are actual experts on what really happened before, during, and after the Benghazi attacks, I'm not going to recount those events or decisions. These witnesses deserve to be heard on the Benghazi attacks, the flaws in the Accountability Review Board's methodology, process, and conclusion. Before I introduce these witnesses and explain some of our efforts to learn more about what happened in Benghazi, can we have those doors closed, please? I want to take a moment to reflect on and to recognize the brave Americans who lost their lives in that attack that day. I also want to note that there are friends and immediate family of those killed or injured that are with us here today. J. Christopher Stevens, U.S. Ambassador to Libya. Sean Patrick Smith, Information Management Specialist. Tyrone Woods, Security Specialist and former Navy SEAL. Glenn Doherty, Security Specialist and former Navy SEAL. Our goal in this investigation is to get answers, because their families deserve answers. They were promised answers at the highest level when their bodies came home. The President was there, the Vice President was there, the Secretary of Defense was there, the Secretary of State was there. We want to make certain those promises are kept on behalf of those individuals. We also want to make certain that our government learns the proper lessons from this tragedy so it never happens again, and so that the right people are held accountable. I want those watching this proceeding to know that we've made extensive efforts to engage the administration and to see and hear their facts. The administration, however, has not been cooperative, and unfortunately, our minority has mostly sat silent as we've made these requests. Some examples. On February 22nd, this committee wrote to Ambassador Pickering and Admiral Mullen, who, as required by law, were appointed by Secretary Clinton and co-chaired the Accountability Review Board investigation. We asked them to testify about their investigations and findings. They refused, and our minority said nothing. When we asked Ambassador Pickering and Admiral Mullen to speak with us and our committee informally, they again refused, and again there was silence by the minority. Okay. When 5 House committee chairmen wrote the White House and requested relevant documents about the Benghazi attacks, we were refused. The committee's minority did not join in a similar call for transparency, and I wish they had. On April 29th, this committee asked the State Department to make 9 current and former officials with relevant information available for this hearing or a separate transcribed interview. The State Department did not even respond, and to date, the minority has not made a similar request. Mr. Cummings, I would like nothing more than to have you work with me on this investigation. Because we've worked on other areas together, I still hold out hope that one day you will stand with me as this administration doesn't cooperate, when they ignore our inquiries. And when that day comes, together we will be far more effective. And now for our witnesses, or should I say our whistleblowers. Mr. Mark Thompson is the Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary in the State's Department of Bureau of Counterterrorism. Welcome. Mr. Gregory Hicks is a 22-year veteran Foreign Service officer and the former Deputy Chief of Mission for the U.S. Embassy in Libya. After Ambassador Stevens was murdered, Mr. Hicks became the Acting Chief of Mission, or as they say, the Chargé d'Affaires. He was, in fact, in Libya, its highest-ranking officer, if you will, America's representative in Libya. Mr. Eric Nordstrom is the former regional security officer in Libya, and perhaps the foremost and most knowledgeable person about security requests that were made and denied to the U.S. diplomatic mission in Libya and in Benghazi, ultimately in Benghazi. Mr. Cummings, we will have from time to time our disagreements, but I know that for all the members of this committee, we understand that these disagreements must be kept on this side of the dais. These brave witnesses deserve this committee's call to testify. These brave whistleblowers are, in fact, what makes this committee's work work. We are the committee that oversees and that led for new whistleblower protection signed by this President. The public has a right to hear their accounts, and we, more than any other committee in the Congress, must respect whistleblowers and work on a bipartisan basis always to protect them. With that, I recognize the ranking member for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for calling this hearing, and I want to be clear, and I've said it over and over again. There's no member of this Congress, be they Republican or Democrat, who fails to uphold the right of whistleblowers to come forward. And I think it's sad when that accusation is made against any member of this Congress. And so, to the hearing, I too, and all of our members, both Republicans and Democrats, were tremendously saddened by the deaths of J. Christopher Stevens, Sean Patrick Smith, Tyrone Woods, and Glenn Doherty. They were servants of the public. They, like our whistleblowers, were people who dedicated their lives to making a difference, and they saw the world as bigger than just them. They were the ones that were often unseen, unnoticed, unappreciated, and unapplauded. We've actually seen some of that with regard to public employees in this Congress. But yet and still, day after day, they went out there and they did their jobs. And on behalf of this Congress and a grateful nation, I say thank you. I am glad the whistleblowers are here. And I will do every single thing in my power to protect the whistleblowers. As a matter of fact, just on May 7, 2013, I sent a letter to John Kerry, and I said in that letter that despite the highly partisan nature of the committee's actions, it nevertheless remains very important, and this is a quote, to me personally to make clear to all government agencies and employees who choose to come forward to Congress that their interests will be protected. For these reasons, I request that the Department remind its employees of their rights with respect to providing information to Congress, as well as their responsibilities not to retaliate against individuals who exercise those rights. The Department may already do this as a matter of course, in which case I ask that you provide an update on the status of those efforts. Whistleblowers are important. They are very important. One of the things that I've said in this meeting room over and over again is that we must be effective and efficient. And one of the major roles of this committee is to make sure that government works properly. And so, to all of our witnesses, thank you. Mr. Hicks, I would like to start by expressing my gratitude for your service and my condolences for your loss. I can only imagine what you went through on the night of the attacks. If I had been in your place, hearing Ambassador Stevens' voice on the phone and wanting to do everything possible to help him, I would have had the same questions you had. Where's the military? Where are the special forces? Where are the fighter jets to rescue my colleagues? These are legitimate questions, and I wanted to know the answers myself. For example, last week, there was a widely publicized news report that a team in Europe called the Commanders in Extremis Force could have gotten to Benghazi before the second attack. When I heard this claim, I wrote to the Secretary of Defense immediately. Yesterday, I received an official response. It says this press report was wrong. The team was too far away, and the logistical requirements were too great. Others have suggested that F-16s stationed at Aviano Air Force Base in Italy could have gotten there in time. But according to General Martin Dempsey, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who testified before the Senate in February, he said they could not. And this is our highest-ranking military member. The fact is that our nation's top military commanders have already testified repeatedly that they did everything in their power to mobilize and deploy assets as soon as possible, and every independent and bipartisan review has confirmed this fact. We have the best military in the world, but even with all of their technological advances, they could not get there in time. Mr. Hicks, I know these answers provide no comfort to you or the families of the victims, but this is the testimony Congress has received, and I have seen nothing to make me question the truthfulness of our nation's military commanders. Our committee has a fundamental obligation to conduct responsible oversight, and that includes carefully examining the information that you and others provide. But we also have a duty to thoroughly investigate these claims before we make public accusations. In contrast, what we have seen over the past 2 weeks is a full-scale media campaign that is not designed to investigate what happened in a responsible and bipartisan way, but rather a launch of unfounded accusations to smear public officials. Let me be clear. I am not questioning the motives of our witnesses. I am questioning the motives of those who want to use their statements for political purposes. Chairman Issa has accused the administration of intentionally withholding military assets, which could have helped save lives on the night of the attacks. I say for political reasons. Of all the irresponsible allegations leveled over the past 2 weeks, this is the most troubling. And based on what our military commanders have told us, this allegation is simply untrue. Chairman Issa suggested that 4 military personnel were told to stay in Tripoli rather than board a plane in Benghazi at 6 a.m. the morning after the attack, supposedly because of the administration's political desire not to have a presence in Benghazi. There's no evidence to support this. As Mr. Hicks told the committee, one plane had already left for Benghazi at 1:15 a.m. that night, and it included a 7-person security team with 2 military personnel. The decision the next morning to keep 4 military personnel in place in Tripoli was not made by the White House or the State Department, but by the military chain of command. There are other allegations. Chairman Issa went on national TV and accused Secretary Clinton of lying to Congress. He said she personally signed the State Department cable authorizing security reductions. We have now seen this cable, and she did not sign it. Her name is printed at the bottom, just like tens of thousands of cables sent every year from the department. As I close, the Washington Post fact checker called this accusation a whopper, that's their word, and gave it 4 Pinocchios. Chairman Issa attacked Ambassador Susan Rice for statements she made on Sunday talk shows, claiming the administration, quote, deliberately misled the American people. The claim has been directly contradicted by our nation's top intelligence official, General James Clapper. He has already testified before the Senate that these attacks against Ms. Rice were, quote, unfair, end of quote, because, quote, she was going on what we had given her, and that was our collective best judgment at the time. There have also been allegations that the Accountability Review Board, led by Ambassador Thomas Pickering and Admiral Mike Mullen, failed to examine the role of Ambassador Patrick Kennedy. This accusation is, again, inaccurate according to the board. And so, Mr. Chairman, if this committee is going to suggest that General Dempsey, General Clapper, and all are all involved in a conspiracy of withholding military assets and then covering it up, and if this committee is going to accuse Ambassador Pickering and Admiral Mullen of failing to fully investigate these attacks, the least we can do is have them invited to this hearing today or in a future hearing. And according to our conversation yesterday with regard to Admiral Pickering and Mullen, you have said that you plan to bring them in the future, and I appreciate that. Last but not least, I want to make it very clear to our witnesses. I respect the witnesses who are here today to offer their testimony. As a lawyer and an officer of the court, I have tremendous respect for evidence. But today's hearing is not the full story. I hope we will eventually hear our military, our intelligence, and our diplomatic officials. Then I hope we can turn to the real work, as the chairman has said, of this committee, which is ensuring that the department implements the recommendations to improve the security of our diplomatic officials serving overseas, those who are so often unseen, unnoticed, unappreciated, and unapplauded. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Fortunately, today, I'm not the witness. I'd now like to invite our witnesses. First, Mr. Mark Thompson, a 20-year career United States Marine, who 2 years before his retirement from the Marine Corps was assigned to the State Department, where he brought his experience in serving in all 4 Marine divisions and in numerous amphibious forces to the State Department. For 17 years, he has used that military experience and his accumulated knowledge of counterterrorism well. He has served and led teams in Baghdad, Iraq, in Latin America, in Southeast Asia, and in Africa. When in 1996 he joined the State Department as a U.S. Marine, he was brought there because of what he knew and what they needed to know. In 1998, when as he retired from the Marine Corps, he was transitioned at their request into civil service and was then assigned to what was then the Office of the Coordinator of Counterterrorism, its successor he serves and runs today. In 2004, he served with the Coalition Provision Authority, in other words, with our forces in Baghdad. In 2006, he assumed his current position, where he advises senior leadership on operational counterterrorism matters and ensures the United States can rapidly respond to global terrorism crisis. That is his job. In addition to his responsibilities, he has led the NSC's Direct Foreign Emergency Support Team, or FEST team, in support of U.S. Chiefs of Mission in response to terrorism events, including His expertise was used in that capacity when he was deployed in response to the 1998 East African bombings of our 2 embassies, the 2000 bombing of the USS Cole, and hostage and recovery efforts in Latin America, Southeast Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. Welcome. Mr. Gregory Hicks, in more than 22 years in the Foreign Service, Mr. Hicks has served notably in Libya, but also in Afghanistan, in Bahrain, where we first met, in Yemen, in Syria, where we met again, and in Gambia. Prior to his assignment in Libya, handpicked to be the Deputy Chief of Mission by the now-deceased Ambassador Chris Stevens, he also served 4 tours here in Washington. He was the Deputy Director of the Office of Investment Affairs, Special Assistant to the Undersecretary for Economic, Energy, and Agricultural Affairs, Trade Policy Negotiator for the Office of United States Trade Representative, and Country Officer for Vietnam, Oman, and Yemen. Mr. Hicks played key roles in a number of important historic events with this country and the State Department. Vietnam's accession to the World Trade Organization, the U.S.-Bahrain Free Trade Agreement, the U.S.-Vietnam Bilateral Trade Agreement, and the renegotiation of U.S. forces based in Oman. Mr. Hicks is the recipient of 5 meritorious service increases, 3 individual superior honor awards, 3 individual meritorious honor awards, and numerous group awards for his service. Thank you. Mr. Nordstrom, in his 15 years at the State Department, he has served in Washington, D.C., in Honduras, in Ethiopia, in India, and most recently, he was the Regional Security Officer for the U.S. mission to Libya, based out of Tripoli. In that capacity, as RSO in Tripoli from September 2011 to July of 2012, he was the Principal Security Officer advising both Ambassador Kretz and Ambassador Stevens on security and law enforcement matters. Prior to joining the Department of State, Mr. Nordstrom also served in Federal law enforcement at the Department of Treasury. Welcome to all 3 of you. Would you please rise, as is pursuant to our rules, and take the oath? Do you solemnly swear, or please raise your right hands, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please have a seat. Let the record reflect all witnesses answered in the affirmative. Now, I'm going to note that I've read your opening statements, and they're unusually short. So I'm not worried about the 5 minutes, but we are here to hear from you. So take the time you need to. Tell your story. We will listen. And the ordinary time is 5 minutes. You take a little less, you take a little more. This hearing is about hearing from you on your experience. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of the committee.
And please pull your microphone a little closer. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity to tell a story. As the Chairman indicated, I came to the Department 16.5 years ago as a Marine, transitioned, and have been on the activities that he has already described. The night that I was involved in this incident, I was at my desk at the end of the day when the first reports came in that indicated that we had an attack going on at our diplomatic facility in Benghazi. In that facility, we knew we had our ambassador and we had his security personnel. Later, when I heard that the situation had evolved to them going to a safe haven, and then the fact that we could not find the ambassador, I alerted my leadership indicating that we needed to go forward and consider the deployment of the Foreign Emergency Support Team. That particular team is an interagency team. It's been represented as something that the State Department deploys. It does not. The Deputies Committee of the National Security Council deploys that organization. But I wanted that considered. I notified the White House of my idea. They indicated that meetings had already taken place that evening that had taken FEST out of the menu of options. I called the office within the State Department that had been represented there, asking them why it had been taken off the table, and was told that it was not the right time and it was not the team that needed to go right then. Let me explain the team a little more. It is comprised of the leadership from my office. It is comprised of professionals from Special Operations Command, from Diplomatic Security, from the intelligence community, from FBI. It is a holistic, comprehensive organization that is designed to go forward to embassies, just as we did, as indicated in 1998 in East Africa, as we've done in the other places indicated, USS Cole and other hostage situations. It is designed to be the glue and the connective tissue that gets all the options on the table for the decision makers. Decision makers in my line of work are the Chief of Mission and the authorities back here in Washington that make the decisions of where we send people into harm's way. It doesn't mean it has a irreversibility to it. The other thing that I pointed out was that with the tyranny of distance, at least 8 or 9 hours to get to the middle of the Mediterranean, we needed to act now and not wait. There's sometimes the hesitancy to not deploy because we don't know what's going on. One definition of a crisis is you don't know what's going to happen in 2 hours, so you need to help develop that situation early. We have a robust comms suite on the airplane that we are transported on. It is ably flown by my SOCOM colleagues. It is on alert to do just this mission, and it's designed to carry a comprehensive team to a conflict or a crisis and to help the ambassador and work for the ambassador and or the chief of mission to handle that crisis and to make sure he or she has the best information possible to make decisions and to make recommendations back to Washington. And those same representatives make their views known back to their parent organizations, so that when we do have deputies committees and principal committees meetings at the White House, we have a situation in which everyone is using the most up-to-date information, and so that we can figure out what we have to do security-wise, what we have to do intelligence-wise, what we have to do with the military, what we have to do diplomatic-wise, what we have to do on the public affairs front. That works for the chief of mission, and I can't emphasize that enough. We are not there to subsume any activities. The experts on the team know that the real experts are in the embassy, and they work for the chief of mission to do that. My time is drawing to a close. I'll end there and await your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We really will have to, you're pretty soft spoke, and get it a little closer.
I'll try to get this up here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you, members of the committee. I am a career public servant. Until the aftermath of Benghazi, I loved every day of my job. In my 21 years of government service prior to Tripoli, I earned a reputation for being an innovative policymaker who got the job done. I was promoted quickly and received numerous awards. People who worked for me rated my leadership and management skills highly. I have 2 master's degrees from the University of Michigan in applied economics and modern Near Eastern and North African studies. I have served my country extensively in the Mideast. Besides Libya, I served in Afghanistan, Bahrain, Yemen, Syria, and the Gambia. I speak fluent Arabic. In Bahrain, my Shia opposition contacts gave me advance warning of impending attacks on our embassy and anti-American demonstrations, allowing us to prepare and avoid injuries to staff. I learned that knowledge of local conditions and strong connections with the local population are as important as the strength and height of walls. One reason I am here is because I have pledged to the Foreign Service, as part of my campaign to be State Vice President of the American Foreign Service Association, that none of us should ever again experience what we went through in Tripoli and Benghazi on 9/11/2012. After I arrived in Tripoli as Deputy Chief of Mission on July 31st, 2012, I fast became known as the Ambassador's Bulldog because of my decisive management style. In the days immediately after the Benghazi attack, the President and Secretary of State praised my performance over the telephone. President Obama wrote Libyan President Magariaf expressing confidence in my abilities. Deputy Secretary Burns and General Ham told me how much they appreciated how I handled the night of the assault and its aftermath. I received written notes of commendation from Undersecretary Wendy Sherman and from Executive Secretary Stephen Mull. Incoming Chargé Larry Pope told me personally that my performance was near heroic. In February 1991, I swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. I am here today to honor that oath. I look forward to answering your questions fully and truthfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I understand that some of those commendations and letters are in your opening statement, and for all the witnesses, all extraneous material or other insertions will be placed in the record on your behalf. Mr. Nordstrom.
Good morning, Chairman Issa, Ranking Member Cummings, and other distinguished members of the committee. For the benefit of the new committee members, my name is Eric Nordstrom, and I currently serve as a Supervisory Special Agent with the U.S. Department of State's Bureau of Diplomatic Security. Since September 2012, I have been enrolled in long-term language training in preparation for my next assignment. As Chairman Issa noted, I've served in federal law enforcement since January 1996, first as a customs inspector before joining the U.S. Department of State. I've served in domestic and overseas postings, including Washington, D.C., Honduras, Ethiopia, India, and most recently, the Regional Security Officer at the U.S. Embassy in Tripoli. All of those assignments have been assignments in which I've faced the threat of criminal or terrorist attacks. I held the last position as RSO from September 21st, 2011 until July 26, 2012. As the Regional Security Officer, or RSO, at the U.S. Embassy in Tripoli, I served as the Principal Security Advisor to U.S. Ambassadors Eugene Kretz and Chris Stevens on security and law enforcement matters. I want to thank the committee again for the opportunity to appear, provide further testimony in support of your inquiry into the tragic events of September 11, 2012. I would also like to thank the committee for your continued efforts in investigating all the details and all the decisions related to the attack on our diplomatic facility. Specifically, the committee's labors to uncover what happened prior, during, and after the attack matter. It matters to me personally, and it matters to my colleagues at the Department of State. It matters to the American public for whom we serve. And most importantly, excuse me, it matters to the friends and family of Ambassador Stevens, Sean Smith, Glenn Doherty, and Tyrone Woods, who were murdered on September 11, 2012. In addition to my testimony before this committee in October 2012, I also met with the FBI, Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, the Department's Accountability Review Board, and I've discussed my experiences in Libya with all of them. I'm proud of the work that our team accomplished in Libya under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. The protection of our nation's diplomats, our embassies and consulates, and the work produced there is deserving of the time that this committee, other congressional committees, and the Accountability Review Board, and no doubt future review efforts, will invest in making sure that we get this process right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for the opportunity to appear before you today. I stand ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I'll now recognize myself for a quick round of questioning. Mr. Thompson, Mr. Thompson, you went through a process of things that you observed and how you tried to activate your team. Did you do so because you had an initial view of whether this was a terrorist attack or something else? And please be brief. I want to use my time.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hicks, as the principal officer and once the ambassador had been murdered, the highest-ranking officer on September 11th, from the moment that you unexpectedly became the chargé, America has heard many accounts of what happened. We've never heard accounts from a single person who was in Libya that night. You will be the first person who observed it. In your own words, take as much time as you want. Please take us through the day of September 11th, from whatever time you want to begin, through when you first heard from Ambassador Stevens, and through the hours and days immediately following that, if you would, so we could have an understanding for the first time from somebody who was there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I remember September 11th, 2012, it was a routine day at our embassy. And until we saw the news about Cairo, and I remember sending a text message to Ambassador Stevens saying, "Chris, are you aware of what's going on in Cairo?" And he said, "No." So I told him that the embassy, in another text, that the embassy had been stormed and they were trying to tear down our flag. And he said, "Thanks very much." And then I went on with business. Closed the day, and I went back to my villa and was relaxing, watching a television show that I particularly like. And at 9:45 p.m., and all times will be Libyan times, there's a 6-hour time difference, the RSO, John Martinek, ran into my villa yelling, "Greg, Greg, the consulate's under attack." And I stood up and reached for my phone because I had an inkling or thought that perhaps the ambassador had tried to call me to relay the same message. And I found 2 missed calls on the phone, one from the ambassador's phone, one from a phone number I didn't recognize. And I punched the phone number I didn't recognize, and I got the ambassador on the other end. And he said, "Greg, we're under attack." And I was walking out of the villa on my way to the Tactical Operations Center because I knew we would all have to gather there to mobilize or try to mobilize a response. And it was also a bad cell phone night in Tripoli. Connections were weak. And I said, "Okay," and the line cut. As I walked to the Tactical Operations Center, I tried to reach back on both of the numbers, the unknown number and the ambassador's personal number, and got no response. When I got to the Tactical Operations Center, I told people that the ambassador, that I had just talked to the ambassador and what he said. At the time, John Martinek was on the phone with Alec Henderson in Benghazi, the RSO there. And I asked one of our DS agents, what number did I reach Ambassador Stevens on? And he said, oh, that's Scott Wickland's telephone. Scott Wickland was Ambassador Stevens' agent in charge, his personal escort for that night, and was with him in the villa during the attack. So I asked, when John Martinek got off the telephone, I asked him what was going on, and he said that the consulate had been breached and there were at least 20 hostile individuals armed in the compound at the time. So I next called the annex chief to ask him if he was in touch with the Benghazi annex to activate our emergency response plan.
Please explain the annex chief so that people that don't know as much would understand that. No, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. And he said that he had been in touch with the annex in Benghazi, and they said they were mobilizing a response team there to go to our facility and provide reinforcements and to repel the attack. With that knowledge, I called the operations center at the State Department at approximately 10 p.m. to report the attack and what we were doing to respond to it. The next thing I did was to begin calling the senior officials in the government of Libya that I knew at the time. And so I dialed first President Magariev's chief of staff and reported the attack and asked for immediate assistance from the government of Libya to assist our folks in Benghazi. I followed that up with a call to the Prime Minister's chief of staff to make the same request, and then to the MFA, America's director. MFA is Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The defense attaché was at the same time calling the leadership of Libya's military with the same purpose, to ask them for assistance. Once that was done, I called again to Washington to report that these actions had been commenced. Over that night, that is basically how our team operated. I was talking to the government of Libya, reporting to the State Department through the Operations Center, and also staying in touch with the annex chief about what was going on. Let me step back 1 minute, if I could, and say that I also discussed with the annex chief about mobilizing a Tripoli response team, and we agreed that we would move forward with chartering a plane from Tripoli to fly a response team to Benghazi to provide additional reinforcements. The defense attaché was also reporting through his chain of command back to AFRICOM and to the Joint Staff here in Washington about what was going on in the country. David McFarland, our political section chief, had just returned from Benghazi, where he had been our principal officer for the previous 10 days. And so he jumped into this picture by reaching out to his contacts in Benghazi and trying to get them at the local level there to respond to the attack. And he also was in touch with our local employee there as well. Excuse me if I check my notes here. It's so long. The attack unfolded in 4 phases, or the night unfolded in 4 phases. The first phase was the attack on our consulate. This story is well known, I think. The Benghazi response, the consulate was invaded. The Villa C, where the ambassador and Sean Smith and Scott Wickland were hiding in the safe area, was set on fire. The attackers also went into another building. They were unable to enter the Tactical Operations Center in Benghazi because of improvements to that facility that had been made. Scott attempted to lead the ambassador and Sean Smith out of the burning building. He managed to make it out. He tried repeatedly to go back in to try to rescue Sean and the ambassador, but had to stop due to exposure to smoke. The response team from the annex in Benghazi, 6 individuals, drove the attackers out of our compound and secured it temporarily. There have been estimates as high as 60 attackers were in the compound at one particular time. There were repeated attempts by all of the RSOs and by the response team from the annex to go into the burning building and recover or try to save Sean and the ambassador. They found Sean's body and pulled it out, but he was no longer responsive. They did not find the ambassador. And I spoke with a medical officer, one of our medical officers after the attack, and the heroism of these individuals in repeatedly going into a petroleum-based fire cannot be understated. Petroleum, according to our regional medical officer, petroleum-based fires emit enormous amounts of cyanide gas. And he told me that one full breath of that would incapacitate and kill a person if exposed to it. It was noticed that a second wave of attackers was coming to attack the facility, and our teams evacuated 5 RSOs and Sean Smith in one vehicle, which suffered heavy fire, but they managed to break through and get to the annex. And then the annex team also withdrew from the facility, and the second wave of attackers took it over. After the second phase of the evening occurs, the timing is about 11:30 or so. The second phase commences after the teams have returned to the annex, and they suffer for about an hour and a half probing attacks from terrorists. They are able to repulse them, and then they desist at about 1:30 in the morning. The Tripoli response team departs at about midnight and arrives at about 1:15 in Benghazi. If I may step back again to Tripoli and what's going on there at this point. At about 10:45 or 11 o'clock, we confer, and I asked the defense attaché who'd been talking with AFRICOM and with the Joint Staff, is anything coming? Will they be sending us any help? Is there something out there? And he answered that the nearest help was in Aviano, and the nearest where there were fighter planes. And he said that it would take 2 to 3 hours for them to get on site, but that there also were no tankers available for them to refuel. And I said, thank you very much. And we went on with our work. Phase 3 begins with news that the ambassador's body has been recovered. And David McFarland, if I recall correctly, is the individual who began to receive that news from his contacts in Benghazi. And we began to hear also that the ambassador has been taken to a hospital. We don't know initially which hospital it is, but through David's reports, we learn that it is in a hospital which is controlled by Ansar Sharia, the group that Twitter feeds had identified as leading the attack on the consulate. We're getting this information as the Tripoli response team arrives in Benghazi at the airport. Both our annex chief and the annex chief in Benghazi and our defense attaché are on the phone during this period trying to get the Libyan government to send vehicles and military and/or security assets to the airport to assist our response team. At this point, this response team looks like it may be a hostage rescue team, that we are going to need to send them to try to save the ambassador, who is in a hospital that is, as far as we know, under enemy control. Our contacts with the government in Tripoli are telling us that the ambassador is in a safe place, but they imply that he is with us in the annex in Benghazi. And we keep telling them, no, he is not with us. We do not have him. At about 12:30, at the same time that we see the Twitter feeds that are asserting that Ansar Sharia is responsible for the attack, we also see a call for an attack on the embassy in Tripoli. And so we begin to, we had always thought that we were under threat, but we now have to take care of ourselves. And we begin planning to evacuate our facility. When I say our facility, I mean the State Department residential compound in Tripoli, and to consolidate all of our personnel at the annex in Tripoli. We have about 55 diplomatic personnel in the two annexes. On that night, if I may go back, I would just like to point out that with Ambassador Stevens and Sean Smith in Benghazi, there are 5 diplomatic security agents, assistant regional security officers. With us in our residential compound in Tripoli, we have the RSO John Martinek, 3 assistant regional security officers protecting 28 diplomatic personnel. In addition, we also have 4 Special Forces personnel who are part of the training mission. During the night, I'm in touch with Washington, keeping them posted of what's happening in Tripoli and, to the best of my knowledge, what I'm being told in Benghazi. I think at about 2 p.m., 2 a.m., sorry, the Secretary of State Clinton called me, along with her senior staff. We're all on the phone. And she asked me what was going on, and I briefed her on the developments. Most of the conversation was about the search for Ambassador Stevens. It was also about what we were going to do with our personnel in Benghazi. And I told her that we would need to evacuate. And that was the right, she said that was the right thing to do. At about 3 a.m., I received a call from the Prime Minister of Libya. I think it's the saddest phone call I've ever had in my life. He told me that Ambassador Stevens had passed away. I immediately telephoned Washington that news afterwards. And began accelerating our effort to withdraw from the Villas compound and move to the annex. Excuse me, I'll take a glass of water. Our team responded with amazing discipline and courage in Tripoli in organizing our withdrawal. I have vivid memories of that. I think the most telling, though, was of our communications staff dismantling our communications equipment to take with us to the annex and destroying the classified communications capability. Our office manager, Amber Pickens, was everywhere that night, just throwing herself into some task that had to be done. First, she was taking a log of what we were doing. Then she was loading magazines, carrying our ammunition supply to our vehicles. Then she was smashing hard drives with an axe. Alan Greenfield, our management officer, was a whirlwind of activity, organizing the vehicles, to lining them up, finding the drivers, making sure everybody was getting the things that they would need for the coming days. John Martinick was a mountain of moral support, particularly to the guys who were in Benghazi. He was on the phone talking them through the whole ordeal. David McFarland on the phone constantly, all the time, talking to his contacts in Benghazi, urging them to help. Lieutenant Colonel Phillips and Lieutenant Colonel Arndt, Lieutenant Colonel Gibson, mountains of strength. I'm awed. I'm still in awe of them. They asked me in one of the phone calls, when were you going to move to the annex? And I said, we'll move at dawn. Because none of our people had great experience driving the armored Suburbans that we were going to have to use. Our local staff drove for us as part of our security procedures. They, of course, were not there that night. And we would have to go through checkpoints, militia checkpoints, on the way to the annex to get there. And I didn't want our people to be going through those checkpoints because I didn't know what to expect from the militias. And so we moved at dawn. And we arrived at the annex, at least my group, I think, at about 4:45, perhaps, maybe 5 a.m. And a few minutes later came the word of the mortar attack. I could return to Benghazi a little bit, talk through Tripoli. I'm sorry if I bounce back and forth, but the Tripoli team was basically had to stay at the Benghazi airport because they had no transport and no escort from the Libyans. After the announcement of Chris's passing, military escort and vehicles arrived at the airport. So the decision was made for them to go to the annex. Before I got the call from the Prime Minister, we had received several phone calls on the phone that had been with the ambassador, saying that we know where the ambassador is, please, you can come get him. And our local staff engaged on those phone calls admirably, asking very, very good, outstanding, even open-ended questions about where was he, trying to discern whether he was alive, whether they even had the ambassador, whether that person was with the ambassador. Send a picture. Could we talk to the ambassador? Because we knew separately from David that the ambassador was in a hospital that we believed was under Ansar Sharia's call, we suspected that we were being baited into a trap. And so we did not want to go send our people into an ambush. And we didn't. We sent them to the annex. Shortly after they arrived at the annex, the mortars came in. First mortar round was long. It landed actually among the Libyans who escorted our people. They took casualties for us that night. Then the next was short. The next three landed on the roof, killing Glenn and Tyrone, severely wounding David. They didn't know whether any more mortars were going to come in. The accuracy was terribly precise. The call was, the next one is coming through the roof, maybe if it hit. Two of the guys from Team Tripoli, they climbed up on the roof. They carried Glenn's body and Tyrone's body down. One guy, about Mark's size, full combat gear, climbed up there, strapped David Ubben, who's a large man, to his back, carried him down the ladder, saved him. In Tripoli, the defense attaché had persuaded the Libyans to fly their C-130 to Benghazi. We wanted to airlift. Since we had consolidated at the annex and the Libyan government had now provided us with external security around our facilities, we wanted to send further reinforcements to Benghazi. We determined that Lieutenant Colonel Gibson and his team of Special Forces troops should go. The people in Benghazi had been fighting all night. They were tired, they were exhausted. We wanted to make sure the airport was secure for their withdrawal. As Colonel Gibson and his three personnel were getting in the cars, he stopped and he called them off and told me that he had not been authorized to go. the vehicles had to go because the flight needed to go to to Benghazi. Lieutenant Colonel Gibson was furious. I had told him to go bring our people home. That's what he wanted to do. Paid me a very nice compliment. I won't repeat it here. So the plane went. I think it landed in Benghazi around 7:30. The other thing that we did was, and I want to mention Jackie Levesque's name in this hearing. She was our nurse. We'd initially thought that she should go to Benghazi. One of the Special Forces with Lieutenant Colonel Gibson's team was our last military-trained medic available. He had a broken foot in a cast. I still remember him walking to go and get in the car with his machine gun, carrying a machine gun on his shoulder. But Jackie, I refused to allow her to go to Benghazi because I knew we had wounded coming back. I knew David was severely wounded, and I knew others were wounded as well. And Jackie had just made terrific contacts with a hospital in town. And so I sent her to that hospital to start mobilizing their ER teams and their doctors to receive our wounded. So that when the charter flight arrived in Tripoli, we had ambulances at the airport waiting. Their doctors were ready and waiting for our wounded to come in, to be brought in to the operating room. And they certainly saved David Ubben's leg, and they may have very well have saved his life. And they treated our other wounded as well, as if they were their own.
Mr. Hicks, I know you have the days that followed, but I think we all need to digest a little of what you just told us. So if we could pause there, and Mr. Cummings is recognized.
Thank you very much. Again, to all of you, we appreciate your being here. To you, Mr. Hicks, as you described what happened that night, it just reminded me of the high cost that is paid by so many of our folk in the diplomatic corps. It also reminded me of their bravery and the fact that you all go around the world in foreign places trying to make a difference. And as I listened to your testimony, I could not help but think about something that I said very recently, well, 2 years ago now, in a eulogy for a relative. I said that death is a part of life, but so often we have to find a way to make life a part of death. And I guess the reason why I'm saying that, I want to go back to something Mr. Nordstrom said when he said that he wanted to make sure that, and all of you have said it pretty much, he wanted to make sure we learn from this so that your comrades and our 4 members of the diplomatic corps who sadly passed away, so that this never happens again. And I appreciate it. I know this is difficult. I know it is. We all feel your pain. And so I just want to, going back to what Mr. Nordstrom said, trying to make sure we have a complete picture. Because there's another piece to this, too, and that is that we have some balancing here today to do today. We have to listen to you all, and this is really, really difficult because we've got some statements that have been made, not necessarily by you, but interpreted. While we have to protect you, we also have to protect your fellow employees. In other words, protect is maybe not the right word, but make sure that they're treated fairly. So you understand what I'm saying? The balance. And I'm just trying to make sure I get, in your words, Mr. Nordstrom, a complete picture, that's all. Mr. Hicks, in the interview with the committee staff, you stated, and I quote, "In my personal opinion, a fast mover flying over Benghazi at some point, as soon as possible, might very well have prevented some of the bad things that happened that night." Is that right? Did you say that?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you further stated, and I quote, "I believe if we had been able to scramble a fighter or aircraft to over Benghazi as quickly as possible after the attack commenced, I believe there would not have been a mortar attack on the annex in the morning because I believe the Libyans would have split." Is that right?
Yes, sir.
At a hearing in February before the Senate Armed Services Committee, General Dempsey, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, was asked whether we could have deployed F-16s from Aviano Air Base in Italy, and he explained why we could not. And these are his words, and we're just trying to make sure we get the complete picture here. For a couple of reasons, and I quote, this is a quote, "For a couple of reasons. One is that in order to deploy them, it requires this is the middle of the night now. These are not aircraft on strip alert. They're there as a part of our commitment to NATO and Europe. And so as we looked at the timeline, it was pretty clear that it would take up to 20 hours or so to get them there." Mr. Hicks, I understand that you wanted planes to get to Benghazi faster. If I were in your shoes, I would have wanted them to get there yesterday. And that is completely understandable, but the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said they simply could not get there quickly. Mr. Hicks, do you have any reason to question General Dempsey's testimony before the Senate?
Again, I was speaking from my perspective.
I understand.
On the ground in Tripoli, based on what the defense attaché told me. And he said 2 to 3 hours.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But there were no tankers.
All right.
And I also was speaking with reference to conversations I had had with veteran Libyan revolutionaries and other personnel who had experienced the Libyan revolution and who had told me that the Libyan people were very well aware of, that American and NATO air power had been decisive in their victory. And I was also speaking to their view, again, that Libyans would not stand if they were aware that American aircraft were in the vicinity.
I understand. So former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta also testified in February, and he said this, and I quote, he said, "Soon after the initial reports about the attack, the President ordered all available DoD assets to respond to the attack in Libya and to protect U.S. personnel and interests in the region. Some have asked why other types of armed aircraft were not dispatched to Benghazi. The reason is because armed UAVs, AC-130 gunships, or fixed-wing fighters with associated tanking, armaments, targeting, and support capabilities were not in the vicinity of Libya, and because of the distance, would have taken at least 9 to 12 hours, if not more, to deploy. This was pure and simple a problem of distance and time, end of quote. Do you question his testimony?
Sir, again, the defense attaché said to me that fighter aircraft in Aviano would not be able to be over Benghazi for 2 to 3 hours.
Mr. Cummings,
what I'm going on,
yep.
What the defense attaché told me.
Thank you. And I assure you that in regards to your earlier statement, we will bring in people where we can have that discussion, hopefully with knowledgeable people chosen on both sides of could they or couldn't they. I think it's a good line of questioning, perhaps not for the Ambassador.
Mr. Chairman,
you certainly could have another minute.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. But it is extremely important that I ask these questions because a lot has been put out there in the air, and all these folks aren't here for no reason. And I know we will get those questions answered, but all we have is you today, and I'm glad to have you. But in other words, I'm just trying again. Remember what I said to you all earlier. And everybody on this committee should know this. I try to do everything in my power to protect witnesses. I don't care if they are called by Republicans or Democrats, because your integrity and your reputation is all you got. But I also have some other people whose reputations are being questioned. So I've got to, take what you say, but I also got to consider them too, because I have a duty to both of them. You follow me? Just have one last thing, Mr. Chairman, then I'll finish up. And I'll just close by noting that even the partisan report issued by our 5 Republican chairmen in April, including our good Chairman Issa, cleared the Defense Department. It said this, it says, and I quote, "No evidence has been provided to suggest that these officials refuse to deploy resources because they thought the situation had been sufficiently resolved." I'll end there, and out of courtesy to all of our colleagues, and again, I don't know whether we'll get into a second round, but again, I promise you, I promise every one of you, I will do every single thing in my power to make sure, I hope there's no retaliation, but to protect you, because you are so very, very important, and it is your bravery that have brought you here today, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Gowdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the families of the victims, it's been 8 months. And I know that there are those who have said that's a long time ago. But the good news is there is no statute of limitations when it comes to finding out the truth, particularly for those who have served and sacrificed and died under our flags. So, Mr. Hicks, let's find out the truth. The President of Libya responded to the attack and labeled it an attack by Islamic extremists, possibly with terror links, correct?
Yes, sir.
So hours after our ambassador and 3 others are killed in Benghazi, the President of Libya says it was an attack with possible terror links, correct?
Yes, sir, that's what I recall.
Did the President of Libya ever mention a spontaneous protest related to a video?
No, sir.
When Ambassador Stevens talked to you, perhaps minutes before he died, as a dying declaration, what precisely did he say to you?
He said, "Greg, we're under attack."
Would a highly decorated career diplomat have told you or Washington had there been a demonstration outside his facility that day?
Yes, sir, he would have.
Did he mention one word about a protest or a demonstration?
No, sir, he did not.
So fast forward, Mr. Hicks, to the Sunday talk shows and Ambassador Susan Rice. She blamed this attack on a video. In fact, she did it 5 different times. What was your reaction to that?
I was stunned. My jaw dropped, and I was embarrassed.
Did she talk to you before she went on the 5 Sunday talk shows?
No, sir.
You were the highest-ranking official in Libya at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she did not bother to have a conversation with you before she went on national television?
No, sir.
So Ambassador Rice directly contradicts the evidence on the ground in Libya. She directly contradicts the president of Libya. She directly contradicts the last statement uttered by Ambassador Stevens. Mr. Hicks, who is Beth Jones?
Beth Jones is the Acting Assistant Secretary for Near Eastern Affairs at the State Department.
I want to read an excerpt from an email she sent, and you were copied on it. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, for our colleagues who like to trumpet bipartisanship, this would be a wonderful opportunity to demonstrate it. Some of these emails, even though they're not classified, have not been released, Mr. Chairman, including the one that I'm going to read from. So for my colleagues who trumpet bipartisanship, this would be a wonderful time to prove it. This is from Ms. Jones to you, to counsel for Hillary Clinton, to Victoria Nuland, to Mr. Kennedy, near as I can tell, to almost everyone in the State Department, and I'm going to read from it. I spoke to the Libyan ambassador and emphasized the importance of Libyan leaders continuing to make strong statements. By the way, Mr. Hicks, this email was sent on September the 12th, the day after Benghazi, and several days before Ambassador Rice's television appearance. And I'll continue. When he said his government suspected that former Gaddafi regime elements carried out the attacks, I told him that the group that conducted the attacks, Ansar al-Sharia, is affiliated with Islamic terrorists. Let me say that again, Mr. Hicks. She told him, the State Department, on September the 12th, days before our ambassador went on national television, is telling the ambassador to Libya, the group that conducted the attacks, Ansar al-Sharia, is affiliated with Islamic terrorists. Mr. Hicks, I want to know 2 things. Number one, why in the world would Susan Rice go on 5 Sunday talk shows and perpetuate a demonstrably false narrative? And secondarily, what impact did it have on the ground in Benghazi, the fact that she contradicted the president of Libya?
As to the first question, I cannot provide an answer, but perhaps you should ask Ambassador Rice.
I would love the opportunity to do just that.
As to the second question, at the time we were trying to get the FBI to Benghazi to begin its investigation. And that talk show actually provided an opportunity to make that happen. Afterwards, we encountered bureaucratic resistance for a long period from the Libyans. The Libyan government at this time is not very deep. President, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Ministers, ministers, all capable people. Some vice ministers as well. And it took us an additional 2, see, my math's not very fast these days, maybe 18 days to get the FBI team to Benghazi.
So the crime scene was unsecured for 18 days?
Yes, sir.
Witnesses were not interviewed?
If the gentleman would please finish up, we're going to try and move along.
Yes, I will move on. We will finish this if there is a second round. Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
Thank you. For all individuals, to the extent that our witnesses can stay on, we will try to have a second round, but the ranking member and I both realize that we're a little behind schedule, and I take blame for it, but we're going to try and move within 5 minutes of questioning whenever possible. The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this on? I want to thank all the witnesses and thank you for your public service, and my condolences to the families for your great loss. And I want to thank the American military. My father served in World War II, my brother in Vietnam, my husband in the Navy, and I can say after close observation, there is no place or no time that the American military wouldn't be there to protect American lives if they possibly could get there. And I find it truly disturbing and very unfortunate that when Americans come under attack, the first thing some did in this country was attack Americans, attack the military, attack the president, attack the State Department, attack the former senator from the great state of New York, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. And I would like to ask some questions about these attacks to get at the real facts. Last month, Chairman Issa went on national television and accused former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, accused her of lying under oath when she testified before Congress that she did not personally approve of security reductions in Libya. As proof, he claimed that she personally signed a cable denying requests for additional security. And he stated, and I quote, "The Secretary of State was just wrong. She said she did not participate in this, and yet, only a few months before the attack, she outright denied security in her signature in a cable in April 2012. The fact is that the Secretary did not sign this cable in 2012. Her name was typed at the bottom of the page, which is just the general procedure for thousands of cables that come out of the State Department every single year. So I would like to ask the panelists and our witnesses just one question, and it concerns the State Department Correspondence Manual, which is posted on the Department's website. And this manual says, and I quote, "The Communications Center will place the name of the Secretary on all telegrams to posts," end quote. Now, I would like to ask the panelists in a yes or no question, do you agree that this is the proper procedure or the procedure that's followed by the State Department, that thousands and thousands of cables leave the Department headquarters every single year with the Secretary's name at the bottom of the page or on the page? And I would like to know, Mr. Nordstrom, yes or no, do you agree with the manual? Is that the procedure of the State Department?
That's my understanding of the prevailing
Mr.
practice.
Hicks, yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Thompson, yes or no, is that the procedure?
Yes.
Well, 2 days after Chairman Issa made these accusations, the Washington Post ran a fact-checker article called The Whopper. And I would like to ask unanimous consent to place this in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Well, what the fact-checker said was this, quote, "There was no basis or evidence to show that Clinton had anything to do with this cable, any more than she personally approved a cable on proper email etiquette. The odds are extremely long that Secretary Clinton ever saw or approved this memo, giving us confidence that these inflammatory and reckless language qualifies as a whopper and for Pinocchios," end quote. So anyone who actually knows how the State Department operates knows that she was speaking the truth. She was talking about the procedure that was in the manual. There is no way in the world that she could sign every cable coming out, and when she said she didn't sign it, she did not sign it. So
The gentlelady's time has expired, but if anyone wants to respond, they may. Hearing none, we'll go to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Chaffetz.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all three for you being here, and thank you for the families, loved ones who passed away. Mr. Hicks, I want to go back to that first plane from Tripoli. It went from Tripoli, as noted in the ARB report, included 7 rescue team members, including two U.S. military personnel. That plane then returns to Tripoli, and the first rescue team that is there is now really engaged in the attack. You have no idea, as my understanding, as to when the attack is going to end. So the second rescue team is preparing to go. And I want you mentioned it in your opening statement, but if you could please go back to what this second team, now the second team included 4 U.S. military. These are highly trained Special Forces personnel, one of which is a medic. And yet these military personnel do not operate under your authority, and your permission is not enough for them to go. Explain to me again exactly what happened.
Again, we determined that we needed to send a second team from Tripoli to secure the airport for the withdrawal of our personnel from Benghazi after the mortar attack.
But were any of these U.S. military personnel not permitted to travel on a rescue mission or relief mission to Benghazi?
They were not authorized to travel.
What happened with those personnel?
They remained in Tripoli with us. The medic went with the nurse to the hospital to lend his skills to the treatment of and care of our wounded.
How did the personnel react to being told to stand down?
They were furious. I can only say, well, I will quote Lieutenant Colonel Gibson. He said, "This is the first time in my career that a diplomat has more balls than somebody in the military."
So the military is told to stand down, not engage in the fight. These are the kind of people willing to engage. Where'd that message come down? Where'd the stand down order come from?
I believe it came from either AFRICOM or SOC Africa.
Now, my understanding is that General Ham was actually not in Stuttgart, where AFRICOM's headquartered, but he was in Washington, D.C. Is that correct?
I don't know the whereabouts of General Ham on that night.
Mr. Chairman, this is something that we're going to have to continue to explore. I need to move quickly now to Mr. Thompson, if I could. You are the leader there at what's called the FEST within the State Department. According to the State Department website, the FEST is the Foreign Emergency Support Team and the U.S. government's only interagency on-call short-notice team poised to respond to terrorist attacks worldwide. I want to read to you an excerpt of an email sent by you to Kathleen Austin Ferguson on Tuesday, September 11th, 2012 at 9:58 p.m. Could you help me understand who is Kathleen Austin Ferguson?
She's Undersecretary Kennedy's deputy.
You wrote, quote, "I am told that Pat Kennedy participated in a very senior conference call with the White House and discouraged a FEST option. To remind, FEST has dedicated aircraft able to respond in 4 hours, is Department of State led and provides the below skills. When FBI was contacted, they responded that this situation would be better addressed via a FEST response. Thus, there are others who are thinking the same way. Ready to discuss further as needed." Mark, 2 questions.
Can the gentleman suspend for a moment? Earlier, there was one document that had not been placed in the record because it hadn't been provided through official channels, and I'd ask that we get that. I think it came from Mr. Gowdy. And then, Mr. Chaffetz, if you could make your document available so we could make copies. And then for any other members on either side of the dais, if you plan to use a document that is not currently committee record, and I realize since we've gotten very little, there's very little committee records, please do us the favor of having copies so they can be distributed at or prior to the beginning of the questioning. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Mr. Chairman, just one thing. Mr. Chairman, as you recall yesterday, I said I reminded you that we had never, with regard to Mr. Thompson, this is the first time we've gotten a syllable from him.
Right, and we have no transcript of it either.
But let me go on. One of the things I said in our conversation is that if there were any documents that were going to be used, we'd like to have had them yesterday. But with regard to this document, and it sounds like it's a very crucial document, and in fairness to everybody, to all of us, and to Mr. Nordstrom, who said he wanted a complete hearing, we'd just like to have that document, even if we had to suspend. We'd like to see the document that he's talking about. You know?
Okay. In the case of this particular document, Mr. Chaffetz, my understanding is you do have the document. So I'll let staff work on that and provide additional time if needed, if that turns out not to be true. For our witnesses, if you have any documents you're going to refer to that we don't have, if you'd have your counsels allow copies to be made. Again, I want to make sure everyone has it as soon as possible. Obviously, if the State Department had made the documents they show us so-called in camera, if they'd allowed us to have copies, we'd all have a lot more documents. But
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's for a different argument. Mr. Chaffetz, I'm sorry, we'll give you back a couple of seconds, and you gentlemen may continue.
Mr. Thompson, do you recall that email?
I do.
2 questions. Were you ever given a detailed explanation as to why the FEST was not considered for deployment? And number 2, did you attend or attempt to attend any senior meetings to plead your case for a FEST deployment? And if so, what happened?
The reason I was given was that this was not the time for the FEST. It might be too unsafe for the FEST. And I got that through Ms. Austin Ferguson. I readdressed that with her. I readdressed it with her staff 2 days later.
Did you attempt to attend any meetings?
The next morning there were VTCs. I presumed I would be part of that. I was told not to attend those, although CT was represented there. The FEST portion and the response portion of the Counterterrorism Bureau was not represented there.
So why were you not called into action? This is what you trained for. It's what tabletops are for. It's what you're prepared to do. Why was FEST not called into action?
I do not know.
Mr. Chairman, this is one of the great mysteries. Here we have this expertise. We've invested heavily in it. They tabletop it. They understand it. This is exactly what they trained for, and they were never asked to go into action. We had no idea how long or when this was going to end. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and the gentleman is correct. We now recognize the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Thompson, first I want to say to the families that we continue to feel deeply about your loss. I have some questions for Mr. Thompson concerning the role of the Counterterrorism Bureau. Now, Mr. Thompson, your lawyer said you were unwilling to talk with any Democratic member of this committee, so I've had to rely on statements that were made to the press. Your own statement is mostly biographical about the work you've done in Yemen and Latin America and the rest. Now, one report I found indicated that you believe that Secretary Clinton and Ambassador Patrick Kennedy, and here I'm quoting from this report, tried to cut the Counterterrorism Bureau out of the loop as they and other Obama administration officials weighed how to respond to and characterize the Benghazi attacks. Now, that's the end of that quote. Mr. Thompson, I'm asking you, is that quote accurate, that you believe that the Counterterrorism Bureau was intentionally kept out of the loop for political reasons?
It is not. I indicated that the portion of the Counterterrorism Bureau that responds to crises, i.e., my part of the office, was pushed out of that discussion. The Counterterrorism Bureau was represented in subsequent meetings after the night of 9/11.
So, do you believe you were kept out for political reasons? This quote makes it...
I do not politicize my job, Madam. I have served under 3 presidents, starting with President Clinton up to the present. I've served 6 secretaries.
I've got to continue. Mr. Thompson, I was just quoting the quote. So the quote isn't entirely accurate then?
Correct.
All right. That's very important for the record, that Mr. Thompson is not saying that they were kept out of the loop for political reasons. This week, this quote apparently caused your former boss in the Counterterrorism Bureau at the State Department, I'm speaking now of Ambassador Daniel Benjamin, to issue a public statement disagreeing with this allegation in particular, which was in quotes. And he said, and I am now quoting him, "It has been alleged that the State Department's Counterterrorism Bureau was cut out of the discussion and decision-making in the aftermath of the Benghazi attacks. I ran the Bureau then, and I can say with certainty that as the former coordinator for counterterrorism, that this charge is simply untrue." Do you agree with Ambassador Benjamin?
I agree that the Counterterrorism Bureau was included, but there's a distinction with a difference with respect to the portion of the Counterterrorism Bureau that would be most effective in the aftermath of an attack.
Now, all of this was under Ambassador
compound.
Benjamin. He didn't say one portion or the other. You are yourself saying, although the Bureau was represented, somehow some portions of the Bureau were not represented. And how is that?
That's what happened, ma'am.
It says the Bureau, he says going on, was a central participant in the interagency discussion about the longer-term response to Benghazi. At no time was the Bureau sidelined or otherwise kept from carrying out its tasks. This seems to me to directly contradict your testimony here today. He says,
I respectfully disagree.
We were all in. You say, well, yeah, you were in, but somehow the other, some part of it was not in.
No other part of the Counterterrorism Bureau is responsible for responding to a crisis. This was a crisis. My office was not involved in those subsequent meetings. Other members of the office were very professional people, and I'm sure they did their best at those meetings.
Well, we certainly don't want to get involved in who down the chain of line gets consulted. But the ambassador says after the attack, the first question to arise that involved the Counterterrorism Bureau was whether or not the Foreign Emergency Support Team should be deployed. The question of deployment was posed early, and the Department decided against such a deployment. In my view, it was appropriate to pose the question, and the decision was a correct one. Now, were you aware that your superiors were consulted about the decision not to employ the Foreign Emergency Support Team?
You can go ahead and
answer
that, although the gentlelady's time has expired.
As earlier indicated, ma'am, I was told that by the Undersecretary of Management's office. The normal process for deploying the team is that at the Assistant Secretary level, at a counterterrorism security group at the White House, those options are discussed. At that convening of that CSG, that decision is recommended or not recommended to the Deputies Committee. It is not solely a State Department function or authority to launch the Foreign Emergency Support Team, even though we are one part of it.
I thank the gentleman. We now go to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lankford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hicks, when you arrived in July, did the facilities in Benghazi meet the minimum OSPB security standards set by the State Department?
According to the regional security officer at the time in Tripoli, John Martinek, they did not.
What about the facilities in Tripoli? The Benghazi facilities did not meet the minimum standards of the facilities in Tripoli?
Again, according to the regional security officer in Tripoli, John Martinek, they were very weak, yes. They did not meet.
They did not meet. Do you think they were close to meeting the standards?
No, sir.
Mr. Nordstrom, before you left as the RSO, did the facilities have the number of security personnel that you had requested?
No, they did not.
Mr. Nordstrom, there are a very, very small number of facilities worldwide that are considered by GAO critical or high threat level for personnel serving in our different embassies and consulates. Tripoli and Benghazi, were they listed as critical or high threat level?
They were. That was something that I had put in my written testimony as well.
Correct. By statute, Mr. Nordstrom, who has the authority to place personnel in a facility that does not meet the minimum OSPB standards?
As I had noted in there, the OSPB standards go in tandem with SECA, which is Secure Embassy Construction, both of which derived out of the East Africa bombings or were strengthened after that. It's my understanding that since we were the sole occupants of both of those facilities, Benghazi and Tripoli, the only person who could grant waivers or exceptions to those was the Secretary of State.
Mr. Hicks, why was Ambassador Stevens headed to Benghazi? There were a lot of concerns about him. There were a lot of security issues that Mr. Nordstrom has listed in numerous reports leading up to his trip there. Why was the ambassador headed there?
According to Chris, Secretary Clinton wanted Benghazi converted into a permanent constituent post. Timing for this decision was important. Chris needed to report before September 30th, the end of the fiscal year, on the physical and the political and security environment in Benghazi to support an action memo to convert Benghazi from a temporary facility to a permanent facility. In addition, Chris wanted to make a symbolic gesture to the people of Benghazi that the United States stood behind their dream of establishing a new democracy.
Why was this timing important? Was it significant that he went right now? Was there some hesitation about him going at that moment for that length of time? Could he have waited a couple more months to be able to go?
He had originally planned to go to Benghazi in October, but we had a 2-week gap in the principal officer position. Eric Gaudiosi was departed on August 31st, and his replacement was not due in the country until September 15th. We covered the initial 10-day period with David McFarland, and then the ambassador chose to go. And again, he chose to go for those reasons.
What was the timeline on trying to make this a permanent facility, or was there anything pending that had to be accomplished by a certain deadline?
We had funds available that could be transferred from an account set aside for Iraq and could be dedicated to this purpose. They had to be obligated by September 30th.
Okay. And where did those instructions come from?
This came from the Executive Office of the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs.
So they were told to go ahead and check everything out, get the process going in Benghazi because we had to do it, and we had to do it right now. He planned to go in October, but said we've got to get there earlier and get this started in. Plus, there was an opening as well of the principal officer.
That's right.
Mr. Nordstrom, on March the 28th, there's a cable that you sent to Washington requesting to keep the diplomatic security that you already had on the ground, that level of security, and not have that level of security decreased. Did you draft that cable?
I did.
Who was the intended recipient of that cable?
Generally, those types of requests would go to our diplomatic security personnel, certainly DAS Charlene Lamb, who was with me before in October, testified, and certainly to Undersecretary of Management and Near Eastern Affairs would typically be the distribution for that.
Okay. Thank you. My time is expired.
I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts. Mr. Tierney, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hicks, let me start by acknowledging how riveting your testimony was of the events of that day and evening, and thanking you for your service and your activity, for sharing with us all the brave acts that occurred that night. I don't think we've heard enough of that. And I think it's important for the American people to know how many individuals, both in Tripoli and in Libya, responded so very well and bravely on that. So thank you for sharing that and for your service as well. We have an important responsibility here, and that is to ensure that whatever happened that night and whatever we learned from what could have been done better actually gets fixed. And I think that's a legitimate process for this committee to do. I hope we move on that basis. I know that we had Accountability Review Board set up immediately in the wake of all of this. and they were rather harsh in their determination on that. And in fact, they made some 29 different recommendations on that, and we should be finding out whether or not the Secretary of State and the Department are implementing those recommendations and how expeditiously. And I hope that at some point we can get to that, which I think would be the appropriate role for the government. And I know that two of the three witnesses here this morning actually spoke with the Accountability Review Board, and the third certainly knew of his right to speak and chose not to contact them for whatever reason on that. But earlier this week, I think disturbingly, the chairman went on to national television and actually accused the administration of deliberately misleading the American people about the attacks in Benghazi. For somebody that's earned the term of being a whopper, or making a statement of a whopper and 4 Pinocchios, it's a little bit shocking to think that that kind of a statement would be made without any apparent backup. The basis for the extreme charge were apparently statements made by Ambassador Rice on news shows the Sunday after the attacks. And the comments were allegedly that talking points were provided by the intelligence community were supposedly manipulated for political purposes. What was quoted by the chairman at that TV show is, "Clearly the American public was deliberately misled," said the whopper, "and it was a political decision," close quote. Mr. Hicks, you told our investigators that you weren't involved with the drafting of those talking points. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Nordstrom, you weren't involved either. Is that correct?
No, I was not.
And Mr. Thompson, you also were not involved. Is that right?
Yes, Congressman, but however, I offered my services to the ARB, and I did not try to keep myself out of that process, just for the record.
Good. Thank you. And we know that there were conflicting reports about what happened, including a statement by a Libyan official that there had been a demonstration and some eyewitness accounts of that protest. But, Mr. Hicks, we know that you didn't believe that there was a protest. You believed that it was otherwise, and we know that the President of Libya also contradicted with that statement on that. But the intelligence community insisted it received initial reporting suggesting there was a demonstration. We know that the reporting was wrong. Now we know that. But the mention of a demonstration was put into talking points by the intelligence committee, not the White House or the State Department. So I want to play a little video here, if we can, of General Clapper, where he specifically addresses the attacks on Ambassador Rice. If we have that queued up.
And when she was highly criticized for following them, what was your feeling inside? Your own personal belief. Did you think it was fair that she be criticized?
Well, I thought it was unfair because the hits she took, I didn't think that was appropriate, and she was going on what we had given her, and that was our collective best judgment at the time as to what should have been said.
Thank you.
So General Clapper says that he thinks the attacks on Ambassador Rice were unfair. She was using exactly what the intelligence community gave her. Mr. Hicks, do you have an argument with his veracity when he made those statements?
There was no report from the U.S. mission in Libya of a demonstration.
The difficult question I have for you, because you're good enough to come forward, is do you contest the General Clapper's veracity? Is he lying, or is he telling the truth of what information he gave Ambassador Rice?
I don't know anything about the development of those talking points.
Okay. So, look, we haven't investigated this issue yet. It would be interesting to know, but the House Intelligence Committee has. They got all of the draft talking points. They got the briefings and testimony from CIA officials. According to Adam Schiff, one of the representatives that's on and part of that investigation, he said, I quote, "General Petraeus, the former head of the CIA, made it clear that the change was made to protect classified sources of information, not to spin it, not to politicize it, and it wasn't done at the direction of the White House." And we might, as an aside, we might be interested in protecting classified information because we've had situations where people in the majority have gone to Libya and come back and had a real flare-up about what they disclosed concerning classified information. But in addition, there was a bipartisan report issued by Senator Lieberman and Senator Collins that similarly stated, and I quote, "No changes were made for political reasons, and there was no attempt to mislead the American people about what happened in Benghazi." So people who have actually seen the documents, who have actually conducted a real investigation, completely reject the allegation that they were made for political purposes or to deliberately mislead the American people. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Tierney. Let me yield now to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hicks, in your 22 years of service to our country, you've always received good reviews, strong evaluations. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And as I look, I mean, I'm just a country boy from Ohio, but as I look at your resume and bio, other than the degrees from Michigan, it's impressive. It's amazing the things you have done. In fact, immediately after the attacks, everybody said you did a great job, right? I mean, you look at the addendum here. Wendy Sherman said you did an outstanding job. Bill Burns, Deputy Secretary of State, great work, heroic efforts. You got a phone, isn't it true, Mr. Hicks? I think you cited this in your opening statement. The Secretary Clinton gave you a call immediately after the attacks and said you did an outstanding job under extreme circumstances?
Yes, sir. We had the first call at 2 a.m. and then again a video conference with our staff.
And isn't it also true the President of the United States called you up and said, you know what, Mr. Hicks, you did an outstanding job again under severe circumstances?
He did call me, sir.
And all that seems to change. You're getting all this praise and support, but all that seems to change, and it seems to change in the phone call you were on that Mr. Gowdy referenced in his questioning, the phone call you got from Beth Jones. Is that accurate?
Yes. In a phone call after the interview, I asked.
This is after Secretary Rice has went on television and misled the American people. You're on a phone call with Beth Jones, and it all seems to change then because you asked Beth Jones what?
I asked her why the ambassador had said there was a demonstration when the embassy had reported only an attack.
And again, what kind of response did you get from Beth Jones when you asked that question?
She said, I don't know.
Was it like you shouldn't be asking that question, you should be quiet, we don't want to talk about that? What was the sense you got?
The sense I got was that I needed to stop the line of questioning.
And did things continue to deteriorate between you and your superiors? After they've given you all this praise, you've had this outstanding service record, 22 years serving our country, things began to deteriorate even more. And as I read the transcript, it seems to me that it came to a head in phone calls you were on with lawyers from the Department of State prior to Congressman Chaffetz coming to visit in Libya. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about those conversations, what those lawyers instructed you to do on Mr. Chaffetz's visit to Libya.
I was instructed not to allow the RSO, the acting deputy chief of mission, and myself to be personally interviewed by Congressman Chaffetz.
So the people at State told you don't talk to the guy who's coming to investigate?
Yes, sir.
Said don't talk with the congressman? Now you've had several congressional delegations come to various places you've been around the world. Has that ever happened where lawyers get on the phone to you prior to a congressional delegation coming to investigate a time when we've had 4 Americans lose their lives? Have you ever had anyone tell you, don't talk with the people from Congress coming to find out what took place?
Never.
Never. And you've had dozens and dozens of congressional delegations that you've been a part of?
Yes, sir.
First time it's ever happened?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about, and also, isn't it true that one of those lawyers on the phone call accompanied the folks on the delegation and tried to be in every single meeting you had with Mr. Chaffetz and the delegation from this committee?
Yes, sir. That's true.
Tell me what happened when you got a classified briefing with Mr. Chaffetz. What happened and the phone call that happened after that?
The lawyer was excluded from the meeting because his clearance was not high enough, and the delegation had insisted that the briefing not be limited by any.
Did the lawyer try to get in that briefing?
He tried, yes, but the annex chief would not allow it because the briefing needed to be at the appropriate level of clearance.
And you had a subsequent conversation after this classified briefing that the lawyer was not allowed to be in, with you and Mr. Chaffetz and others on that delegation. And you had another conversation on the phone with Cheryl Mills. Tell me, who is Cheryl Mills?
She was counselor for the Department of State and Chief of Staff to Secretary Clinton.
That's a pretty important position?
Yes, sir.
When she calls, you take the phone call?
Immediately.
Yeah, she's the fixer for the Secretary of State. She is as close as you can get to Secretary Clinton. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about that phone call you had with Cheryl Mills.
A phone call from that senior person is, generally speaking, not considered to be good news.
And what did she have to say to you?
She demanded a report on the visit.
Was she upset by the fact that this lawyer was not, this
was upset.
Babysitter, this spy, whatever you want to call him, was not allowed to be in that? First time it's ever happened, all the congressional delegations you've ever entertained was not allowed to be in that classified briefing. Was she upset about that fact?
She was very upset.
So this goes right to the person next to Secretary Clinton. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, here's a guy with 22 years of outstanding service to our country 22 years. Outstanding service, praised by everybody who counts, the President, the Secretary, everyone above him. And yet now they're obstructing it because he won't help them cover this up. He's an honorable man here telling the truth. Now is getting this kind of treatment from the very people who praised him before. This is why this hearing is so important. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Pleased to yield now to gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding, and I want to thank the witnesses for being here today. You know, the Accountability Review Board made a number of recommendations to better strengthen overseas embassies and missions like the one in Benghazi. Mr. Nordstrom, you told our staff that you read the ARB's unclassified report and recommendations. Do you think that implementing these recommendations is important to ensure the safety and security of our foreign service?
Absolutely. I had an opportunity to review that along with the other two committee reports. I think taken all together, they're fairly comprehensive and reasonable.
And I guess a diplomat like you probably feels very disheartened when you read in the paper, say you're overseas, that Congress has cut this budget for embassy security, and Congress has been cheap, on the cheap, providing protection to our personnel. You know, in order to make security possible at our missions and our embassies throughout the world, it's one recommendation in this report that attempts to grapple with these issues and err on the side of increased attention to prioritization and the fuller support for people and facilities engaged in working in high-risk, high-threat areas. The solution requires a more serious and sustained commitment from Congress to support State Department needs, which in total constitute a small percentage both of the full national budget and that spent for national security. But it's exactly what we in Congress have failed to do in the past. Let's look at our record. House Republicans voted to cut the administration's request for embassy security funding by $128 million, and that was in fiscal year 2011. In fiscal year 2012, they cut the request by even more, providing $331 million less than requested. You know, our Republican counterparts have just said that these cuts are based on their priorities and choices. And when asked whether he voted to cut diplomatic security by over $300 million on CNN, Representative Chaffetz responded, absolutely. Look, we have to make priorities and choices in this country. But these cuts have impacts, serious impacts. And I want you to know that my priorities, including funding these recommendations, which will save lives. You know, the ARB, Mr. Nordstrom, just to be clear, you provided information to the ARB, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And Mr. Hicks, is it true that you also provided information?
The ARB interviewed,
ARB,
yes.
You know, it was led by Ambassador Pickering and Admiral Mullen, who happens to be the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. In its investigation, the review board interviewed more than 100 people, reviewed thousands of pages of documents, and viewed hours of videotapes. The board made 29 recommendations to improve security systems and procedures to prevent future deadly attacks. And a key finding made by the board related to availability of funding, is specifically for temporary facilities in high-risk, high-threat environments. And the board stated, the department should develop minimum security standards for occupancy of temporary facilities in high-risk, high-threat environments and seek greater flexibility for the use a Bureau of Overseas Buildings Operations sources of funding so that they can be rapidly made available for security upgrades at such facilities. And it is important to note that the facility in Benghazi was designated as a temporary facility. Mr. Nordstrom, do you agree with the Board's review?
That was actually one of the specific things that I talked with the Board. My concern is there is no such thing when you look at the FAM or the OSPB standards for a temporary facility. And so by its very nature, it's a...
So they developed the recommendation.
After the fact.
How about you, Mr. Hicks? Do you agree with the recommendation?
I'm not a security expert. I'm a diplomat. I'm an economic officer. But I support every improvement that can possibly be made to improve our security overseas, including increasing the training of our personnel.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. I would also thank the gentleman from Missouri, but ask, were you here on October 10th when the person who had those requests for additional security said money was not a factor, Charlene Lamb? Do you remember her?
I can't remember if I was at this.
Well, Mr. Nordstrom, you were on that panel. Do you remember what she said?
Yes, she said that resources was not an issue, and I think I would also point to the ARB report, if I'm not mistaken, that they talked to our Chief Financial Officer with DS, who also said that resources were not an issue. So.
Mr. Chairman, the ARB says resources were an issue.
Well,
I guess the question that I have about the ARB, and again, it's not what the ARB has, is what it doesn't have, and that it stopped short of the very people that need to be asked those questions, and that's the Undersecretary of Management and above. Those are perfect questions that he needs to
And I'm sure that if we implement some of the recommendations, it will help us prevent a future attack.
And I appreciate that. And what I would say is that in the earlier hearing in October 10th, the one thing we did discover is, yes, this facility was not able to take the blows even of a small bomb that had gone off earlier. Mr. Nordstrom testified to the fact that this consulate, temporary consulate, had been attacked twice, and they had breached the wall. So there was an awful lot of recognition that it was an insufficient facility, and I think that's ARB, no ARB, that's something that's well in the committee's record, but I thank you for bringing it out.
Thank you.
We now go to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Micah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I have to again tell the families that we will continue to pursue this, and all the facts need to be known about what took place and hold people accountable. And then next to the witnesses, thank you for your service. Thank you for your bravery in actually coming forward. And again, some of the commendable acts of the State Department employees you described. As everybody may know, and I follow up really on my colleague Mr. Clay's question about the report there, Accountability Review Board report, and this is the unclassified version. There's a classified version also. This is available online. And we have a responsibility under law to review these situations and to go to people who actually had firsthand knowledge. Now, Mr. Thompson, you have a very important position. The title is Bureau of Counterterrorism and Leader, Foreign Emergency Support Team, U.S. Department of State, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you participate? Were you interviewed by the ARB?
I was not.
You were not interviewed. Okay. And you were on the job during this period?
I was at my desk that night till 2 o'clock in the morning.
And you were not allowed to convey information to the board?
On the 17th, I conveyed my request to be interviewed before the board.
And so they did interview you after that?
No.
Have you ever been interviewed?
I have not.
You have not. So you're one of the primary players, but yet the board failed to interview. Would you say that's correct?
That is a correct statement.
Mr. Thompson, is he an important player? I'm sorry, Mr. Hicks, is Mr. Thompson an important player in this? Mr. Nordstrom?
I would say yes, certainly in the aftermath of the attack.
Okay. Let me go to Charge Hicks. Were you interviewed by the board?
I was interviewed by the board.
Were you able to convey all the information that you felt was necessary to, regarding this incident to the board?
The interview took about 2 hours, and it was, in my mind, incomplete. A few days later, I had a separate meeting briefly with the executive secretary.
So you did have a follow-up meeting, and you expressed that
with the board's executive secretary to amplify on some issues that had been discussed at the meeting, at the initial interview.
And Mr. Nordstrom, did you participate?
I did. On 2 occasions, I also shared with them
Could you
a
share
luminous
how
amount
that
of...
process worked that we heard from Mr. Hicks?
Sure. Is this similar...
Was it thorough?
I felt it was thorough and professional. As I said, the report, and as I've held, the report is fairly thorough and comprehensive. My issue is that they stopped short of interviewing people that I personally know were involved in key decisions that led to how those events unfolded. Well, specifically, how those buildings were staffed and constructed and in variance with existing standards. Those are all critical to the...
They fell short. Well, in the unclassified version, they said security in Benghazi was not recognized and implemented as a shared responsibility by the bureaus in Washington charged with supporting the post, resulting in stovepipe decisions on policy and security. Now, the next part is interesting. That being said, Embassy Tripoli did not demonstrate strong and sustained advocacy with Washington for increased security for Special Mission Benghazi. Would you both agree with that?
If I could speak to that, I would disagree that it was a collaborative process. I'm not sure exactly the term they used. On a number of occasions, I testified in October as well, I raised issues, others raised issues, the ambassador raised issues, the DCM raised issues, to the point where reports and decisions on both the Tripoli compound and the Benghazi compound were decided in Washington, and those decisions were not either cleared with us or shared with us. So that doesn't seem as a collaborative process.
I want to have time for Mr. Hicks to tell us about his. Thank you, Mr. Nordstrom.
Yes, sir. I monitored the discussions that Eric has testified about from my Arabic language student status. When I arrived in Tripoli, I had the understanding that these decisions had been settled and that we were not to relitigate them in terms of the number of personnel security personnel at post. I began a process to attempt to relitigate them in mid-August, and we held an EAC meeting to discuss the matter, and we were unfortunately unable to return to that issue before 9/11 occurred.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank the witnesses for their courageous service and your willingness to come before the committee here today. I also want to offer my condolences again to Ambassador Stevens and his family, Tyrone Woods and his family, Glenn Doherty of Massachusetts and his family, and Sean Smith. These were American heroes, and they were our very best. I don't want that part to be overlooked. These individuals were regarded as our very best, including Ambassador Stevens. Without question, I think his opinion and the respect that his experience and authority in matters, all matters in Lebanon, Libya, and not only in Tripoli but also in Benghazi was unquestioned, I think, and it showed in the deference that others gave him to those decisions. I thought the ARB report especially did single out some areas where I thought they were trying to identify where the decisions that were made may have been deficient. And they do identify at page 30. They talk about the Bureau of Diplomatic Security and NEA, the Near Eastern Affairs, and at post, there appeared to be a very real confusion over who ultimately was responsible and empowered to make decisions based on policy and security considerations. They go on further to say the DS Bureau showed a lack of proactive senior leadership with respect to Benghazi, failing to ensure that the priority security needs of a high-risk, high-threat post were met. And at the same time, with attention in late 2011 shifting to a growing crisis in Egypt and Syria, the NEA Bureau's front office showed a lack of ownership of Benghazi's security issues and a tendency to rely totally on diplomatic security for the latter. The Board also found that Embassy Tripoli leadership, saddled with their own staffing and security challenges, did not single out a special need for increased security for Benghazi. Now, what they point to in the next couple of paragraphs is they thought that the result, that the special mission Benghazi extension, that this was a temporary residential facility not officially notified to the host government, even though it was also a full-time office facility, resulted in the special mission compound being accepted from office facility standards and accountability under Secure Embassy Construction and Counterterrorism Act of 1999. Mr. Nordstrom, your point exactly. And the Overseas Security Policy Board, OSPB. So what they're saying is because there was an extension made, that there was a lowering in expectation there, that the resources for physical security and also the personnel assignments needed at that was not given an adequate priority, and that it was left to diplomatic security in some cases to make those repairs. Is that something that you see as being a weak point in this whole process that allowed Benghazi to be ill-prepared for the attacks on September 11th?
I do. As I said, I think that what still remains unseen is who made that decision to go ahead and assume that this is going to be a temporary facility. At one point, in fact, I was told by by colleagues in OBO and DS that the recommendations that we wanted to make, the upgrades, both in Tripoli and Benghazi, would not be made. They forwarded us the way forward documents that we discussed in October. And they said, and I quote, "It's my understanding that M, Undersecretary for Management, agreed to the current compounds being set up in occupied condition as is." The ARB in particular found it interesting at my reply, which was in February of 2013. I requested, "Is anything in writing? If so, I'd like a copy for post so we have it handy for the ARB." That's 8 months before the attack.
Right.
I got no confirmation as to who made those decisions, nor did I get a copy of that.
And so the status was still in limbo at that point? I know there were some discussions with Mr. Lankford earlier, the gentleman from Oklahoma, that
My understanding was the facility, again, the types of facilities are whether or not you're sole occupancy of the building, or are you a partial occupancy of, say, a commercial building, or if you are in a building which is owned by the host nation. Well, clearly we were the sole occupant, and that's the standards. It's very clear, and it's based on our threat and those standards. We did not meet any of those standards with the exception of perhaps the height of the wall.
Okay. Thank you. My time has expired.
I thank you. Just one thing. You used the term M for the Undersecretary for Management. Who was that?
At the time and throughout all of this was Patrick Kennedy, who was up here in October as well.
So that's who would have been the person who said no, or this is good enough, presumably.
Presumably. Again, I don't know what the decisions, the factors were in his decision. I'm sure he had reasons for those decisions. I'm not going to criticize those. My only concern is that nobody has looked at those, whether it be the ARB or anybody else.
Thank you. Mr. Turner.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Gentlemen, I want to thank you for being here today. Without your statements, there is a tremendous amount of information that we just wouldn't know. And certainly it's important that you're giving us this information, as we all have deep condolences for the families. As we look at the information that we've gotten today, we basically have two stand-down decisions that we've been able to discuss. One, the Foreign Emergency Support Team that Mr. Thompson has told us about, and Mr. Hicks, you told us of Colonel Gibson. Mr. Hicks, I'm a member of the House Armed Services Committee, and I'm very fascinated with the stand-down order to Colonel Gibson. As we pursue that, we want to know who gave Colonel Gibson the order and why. And so I would like to review that stand-down order with you and what you experienced that night, since you were with him as he was receiving that stand-down order. You told us that there was a C-130 Libyan transport that had been provided, and that you had indicated to Colonel Gibson that he should go to reinforce Benghazi and help the withdrawal personnel. Colonel Gibson was told to stand down, and that plane left without him, landing about 7:30 in Benghazi without Colonel Gibson's team. So let's start first with a review of what is Colonel Gibson's team. What were those personnel, Colonel Gibson's team? What were they doing in Libya?
They are the remaining members of the Special Security Team, this group of 14 Special Forces personnel assigned to protect Embassy Tripoli after the return and reestablishment of the embassy in September of 2011. And on the 1st of August, the Secretary of Defense signed an order changing their status from being a security team to a training team and transferring their authority from the Chief of Mission, the Ambassador, to General Ham. On August 6th, 2 members of that team were in a carjacking incident as they were driving early in the morning outside the compound, and they had to use their weapons in order to escape that armed attack on their vehicle. In light of that incident, General Ham decided to draw down the team from 14 personnel to 4 personnel, and Lieutenant Colonel Wood and 9 others, Lieutenant Colonel Wood testified before this committee last October, left Tripoli in the middle of the month. So the Lieutenant Colonel Gibson and the other 3 members of that team are the remainder of that group.
So their chain of command had been changed and they had been reduced. But as you were just describing, these are highly trained individuals with specialized skills that would have been useful in the situation in Benghazi.
Yes, absolutely, and particularly given the fact, again, that the personnel in Benghazi were exhausted from a night of fighting against very capable opponents.
Now, do you know why they were told to stand down? Colonel Gibson give you any information or understanding of?
I actually don't know why.
Is there any reason to believe that the situation in Benghazi was over? I mean, there were a number of series of attacks that you've described to us. Any reason to believe that, that there was no longer any danger in Benghazi?
No, it was every reason to continue to believe that our personnel were in danger.
Mr. Hicks, Mr. Chase has given me an article that appeared in USA Today just this week, and just as early as last Monday, Major Robert Furman, a Pentagon spokesman, said that the military's account that was first issued weeks after the attack hasn't changed. There was never any kind of stand-down order to anybody. And that's a pretty broad statement, anybody. What's your reaction to the quote by Mr. Furman?
I can only, again, repeat that Lieutenant Colonel Gibson said he was not to proceed to board the airplane.
So your firsthand experience being on the site, standing next to Colonel Gibson, who was on his way on that C-130 transport, and being told not to go, contradicts what Mr. Furman is saying on behalf of the Pentagon.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hicks, did the embassy have a defense attaché on staff whose role it was to interface with the Defense Department? And did you ask him that evening, were there any resources coming from the U.S. military? And what was your reaction to his responses as the evening unfolded?
My reaction was that, okay, we're on our own. We're going to have to try to pull this off with the resources that we have available.
Were the Libyans surprised?
I don't know, but I think they were.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Before we go to Mr. Connolly, just because most people in the audience, including on the dais, don't understand Chief of Mission authority, would you, as Chief of Mission, run us through who was under your Chief of Mission authority and who wasn't? In other words, who did you have command and control of? And we're talking about military assets, because I think a lot of folks up here are hearing 2 chains of command, and it would be helpful for you to explain it as a career State Department person quickly.
All civilian personnel civilian USG personnel in Libya were under Chief of Mission Authority, which was
yours
until we knew that he was dead, and then that passed to me. The 4 members of the Special Forces team were under General Ham's authority. We had 2 other military Special Forces personnel in country, and I was at that time unclear as to whether they were under my authority or not.
So anyone you had under your authority, you gave orders to, they responded, they went downrange if you asked them to. The others were not allowed to.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Connolly, thank you very much. You'll have your full time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that clarification. By the way, there have been some statements that Undersecretary Kennedy was not interviewed by the ARB by Ambassador Pickering and Admiral Mullen. That is a misstatement fact. He most certainly was. You can look it up. It's documented. He was interviewed, and he provided evidence, and that evidence was evaluated. So it is simply not true that Undersecretary Kennedy was not part of that process. He most certainly was. And I'd ask, Mr. Chairman, the record so reflect.
Who said he wasn't? I'm not sure.
I think we've heard it from the table. Mr. Thompson, statements have been attributed to you that your Bureau, the Counterterrorism Bureau, was actually deliberately kept out of post-Benghazi developments, decision-making, and so forth. Are those statements attributed to you accurate?
It's true that my portion of this office was not participant.
Your portion. To whom did you report?
I report to Dan Benjamin at the time.
And did Mr. Benjamin, was he included in
He was overseas at the time.
He was overseas, but was he kept informed and involved?
I kept him informed in the early stages of...
Was he kept informed and involved by the Secretary's office?
I have no idea.
Would it surprise you to learn that he has stated emphatically that he most certainly was?
It wouldn't be a surprise. I've read it.
And would it surprise you that he contradicts your statements or statements attributed to you? And I read to you, this charge that we were kept out of the loop in the aftermath is simply untrue. Though I was out of the country on official travel at the time of the attack, I was in frequent contact with the Department. At no time did I feel the Bureau was in any way being left out of deliberations that it should have been part of, unquote.
I would disagree. He's true factually. He is his view of how much of the CT Bureau was.
So for the record,
if I may, sir, if he thinks he was adequately informed and given counsel on that, then that is his professional.
Well, he's the head of the Bureau, and he's, in fact, was your supervisor, and that's his testimony. So it contradicts yours.
I don't think it's his testimony, sir.
Well, I'm entering it into the record, so it's now in the evidentiary record. And
with the gentleman,
we could no, I will, Mr. Chairman.
I'll hold the time.
Okay, certainly.
Mr. Cummings, perhaps you were here, perhaps not, has said among a lot of people that we want to bring before this committee, he is now an anticipated future witness, so he can give testimony.
The Chairman anticipated exactly the point I was going to make, so we can clear that up by having Mr. Benjamin here. Thank you. Mr. Hicks, I don't think anyone who could have listened to your account, the minute-by-minute account of what happened, could be anything but moved. The trauma of what you and your colleagues must have gone through, especially being in Tripoli, not being able physically to sort of reach out and do something about Benghazi, I think all of us can relate to that. Terrible. I was in Libya and Tripoli in May of last year before the tragedy, and I don't remember whether we had a chance to meet or not, but David Dreyer led our CODEL. We were not allowed to stay in Libya overnight. What struck me when I arrived in Tripoli was that airport security was provided by a militia. And, you know, I've traveled a lot over my years in foreign policy, and, you know, what goes through the mind is what could go wrong with this. It's a volatile, violent, unstable, or was, situation. Do you want to talk just a little bit about the domestic situation in Libya as we found it? Because I think sometimes that gets forgotten in the retelling that we're facing instability in Libya still in a post-Gaddafi revolutionary situation, and likewise in Benghazi. Could you just share with us some insights into what you found in terms of that inherent instability?
Thank you, Mr. Connolly, and thank you for being my representative. First of all, I just want to say that I don't recall saying that anyone other than myself testified to the ARB or was a witness before the ARB. So I wanted to be clear about that. The second thing is the political and security climate in Libya at the time. It was highly unstable, although after the elections, we thought that the political trajectory, the elections in July, we thought the political trajectory was heading in the right direction. President Magariaf had been selected. They were trying to appoint a new prime minister and move towards a democratic government. The security scene, however, was very unstable and has been, I think, well documented. You had assassinations and car bombings in Benghazi, but the assessment was that this was Libyan on Libyan and not necessarily directed at foreigners. At the same time that we are in the process of building towards making our post in Benghazi a permanent post, the British are contemplating returning there to Benghazi. They left after their ambassador survived an assassination attempt in June. In Tripoli, we also have instability. We have car bombings, carjackings. We have Islamic extremist militias that begin to attack Sufi shrines, and a government that is struggling to maintain security and improve security in the country.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, if I could just say to my constituent, we're proud of you. And I would add my voice to that of Mr. Cummings. I'm a member of not only this committee, but the House Foreign Affairs Committee. And you have my personal pledge that were there ever to be any hint at retaliation or retribution for your willingness to come forth and tell your version of what happened, this member of Congress will intervene on your behalf forcefully.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, thank you for calling this hearing. There's obviously great interest in and concern about what happened in this tragic incident. Mr. Nordstrom, we've already heard Mr. Thompson say that he was never interviewed, even though he requested to be interviewed. Did I understand you correctly to say a few minutes ago that you know of other witnesses that had firsthand knowledge who were not interviewed by the board?
No, I don't believe I did that.
I guess I misunderstood about that. But I will tell you, though, I was a criminal court judge for 7.5 years trying felony criminal cases, and I can tell you that it's surprising that anybody with firsthand knowledge wouldn't be interviewed about this unless somebody did not want to have a complete report. Mr. Thompson, what were you told was the reason you were not interviewed?
I was not given a reason, sir.
You were not given a reason. Mr. Hicks, do you feel that the report lets any individual or bureaucracy off the hook?
Yes, sir. I think that in our system of government, the decision-making authority is at the level of presidentially appointed Senate-confirmed individuals. That's at the level of assistant secretary or higher. Now, the reporting coming out of Embassy Tripoli on conditions there, particularly the fact that we had to provide a daily report of who was in country to Undersecretary Kennedy, and the fact that he made the decision as to who came to Tripoli and Benghazi or who didn't, that budgets came to his table, and that security threat environment reports also came to his table, would suggest that there is some responsibility there.
Mr. Thompson, let me ask you this. Another thing I find surprising is that do the security people not consider the date of 9/11 to be? We've already heard somebody say that this mission was considered to be a high threat or a high risk mission, do they not realize that 9/11 is a high security type date and they should be prepared for terrorist activities on that date in particular?
Certainly. When I hear security, I think of Greg Nordstrom, so I won't go down the security trail too far here. But certainly on the anniversary of 9/11, since 9/11-2001, we have all had our antenna up, so to speak, and been forward-leaning, if not physically, mentally, on that particular day, yes.
The report basically puts primary blame for this situation on the Bureau of Diplomatic Security. I would like to ask if any of you have a comment about that. Do you think that's fair?
If I could, Congressman.
Yes, Mr.
And maybe
Nordstrom.
this might also address Congressman Connolly's question. My concern with the report is not that Undersecretary Kennedy was or was not interviewed. I don't know who was interviewed. Again, that's part of the confidentiality of it. But there's been a lot of discussion of how many people were supposed to be there or not supposed to be there. Those things are not driven by regulations and law. That's a subjective opinion. Obviously, that was quite a bit of my testimony in October. I go back to who authorized embassy employees, U.S. government employees, to go into facilities that did not meet legal requirements. I don't know who made that decision. And the reason why is because, as Ambassador Pickering said, he has decided to fix responsibility on the Assistant Secretary level and below. How I see that is, that's fine. It's an accountability of mid-level officer review board. And the message to my colleagues is that if you're above a certain level, no matter what your decision is, no one's going to question it. And that's my concern with the ARB.
Mr. Hicks, did you find other shortcomings in the report?
Well, I find shortcomings in the process.
In the process.
Although I was interviewed for 2 hours, I was never allowed to review the recording of my testimony to the board. I was never given an opportunity to read the unclassified report before it was published to see if my testimony had been incorporated or properly, at all or properly, and I have never been given an opportunity to read the classified report.
All right. Thank you very much.
I thank you. I must admit, one of the rules of this committee is that interviews and depositions, the witness actually gets a copy of and is allowed to make corrections in most cases to make sure that they didn't misstate something. So that is a little surprising to me. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Spear.
Mr. Chairman, you know, it's ironic that you said that, Mr. Chairman, since Mr. Thompson would not even engage with the Democratic side of the aisle in terms of answering any series of questions. But let me first of all say to the family members, we lost extraordinary servants to this country. You lost loved ones. And there's nothing that we can say that will ever heal your huge loss. But know that we will do everything in our power to make sure that other families do not go through what you're going through. To you, Mr. Hicks, thank you for your extraordinary service. You know, as you were retelling the events, and they were harrowing, it reminded me of an experience that I had, similar, in a foreign country, ambushed, and a sense that we were woefully underprotected. And I think as part of what we're going to glean from this today is that we have got to do a much better job of providing protection in high-risk, high-threat embassies and consul offices around the world. It was inadequate, and I'm troubled by the fact that General Ham withdrew additional support because they had been engaged in a carjacking. If anything, that would heighten our concern and we would create more support. Let me, though, ask you a question. You said earlier today that the lawyers at State told you not to talk to Mr. Chaffetz when he came. That's what I wrote down, and would you just verify that that's what you said?
We were not to be personally interviewed by Congressman Chaffetz.
Now, in your interview with the committee, you were asked the question, excuse me, did you receive any direction about information that Congressman Chaffetz shouldn't be given from Washington? And your answer was, no, I did not. Is that still your testimony today?
I don't recall that phrase, and well, I thought that I said, and I'd have to review again, that I did receive instructions exactly as I said them, but I did not know who gave them to me, because I did not have, at that time, have access to my email from my time as DCM in Tripoli.
If the gentlelady could just tell us what page of the transcript that's on.
Maybe the staff can get it for me. I'm reading from a separate
thank you.
Document. You did say that you were told to make sure other State Department officials were present for meetings with Representative Chaffetz. As you stated, they told me not to be isolated with Congressman Chaffetz. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I mean by not to have a personal interview with Congressman Chaffetz.
Okay, so it was more about not being in a situation where you did not have other people with you. Is that correct? As opposed to not being interviewed.
And again, that's what I said, not to have not to be personally interviewed by Congressman Chaffetz.
It said, well, you said they told me not to be isolated with Congressman Chaffetz.
That's the meaning of isolated, not to be personally interviewed.
There was a classified briefing for Mr. Chaffetz that no other State Department official was able to attend, and you testified earlier. So as a result, no other State Department officials can confirm what was said if there was a mischaracterization after the fact. So when Representative Chaffetz returned to Washington and attended this committee's hearing in October, there was a great deal of controversy about his description of that classified briefing. Did you by chance watch the hearing?
Actually, I didn't, but I don't think I said that no State Department official was allowed in that annex briefing. In fact, I was in that briefing, David McFarland was in that briefing, and the RSO, John Martinick, was in.
The attorney was not.
The attorney was excluded by the annex chief for clearance purposes.
Okay, when you received a call from Cheryl Mills, actually, let me ask you a different question.
The gentlelady's time has expired, but go ahead and ask your last question quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you deserve to have a post in a location that you desire. So I would like to ask you, where would you like to be posted?
The Court of King James is out of the question.
The country I would most like to go to, is that the question
Yes.
that you're and be assigned to? You know, I'd really want to talk to my decision maker, chief decision maker in my family, who's sitting right over here, my wife, because I think her opinion is more important than mine on that point.
And so just to conclude, Mr. Chairman, I believe
He really is a diplomat, Ms. Pierce.
Well, most of you should be diplomats on issues like that. Ms. Dibble had said to you that she would help you get a good onward assignment. And I think this committee will help you get a good onward assignment. So we await your, the responsible person for that decision informing us.
I thank the gentlelady, and I'm actually shocked that Mr. Connolly didn't make that a promise to a constituent who could vote. And with that, we go to the representative from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry.
not to bring the subject matter of this hearing back to the subject matter of this hearing, but I'm sorry, Mr. Hicks, the Senate is in charge of those types of movements of our ambassadors in the confirmation process. But I hear there's a wide variety of islands just to the south of Florida that are lovely. But the subject matter of today's hearing is to get at the root cause and the root facts of an awful tragedy that occurred. The mismanagement, then the political cover-up that resulted from that mismanagement, and a rush to judgment by some very ambitious political operatives within Washington. At least that's near as what I can tell, having gotten into the facts as we have today and knowing what we know today. So I want to thank all three of you gentlemen for your service to the American people and to our government. And I want to say to you that the tough treatment you've gotten as a result, not only on that day in September, but since then, is a horrible tragedy. I want to go back to Mr. Gowdy's line of questions here. Mr. Hicks, was there a protocol within the consulate in the event of a protest?
Yes, there was.
Was there any evidence when you were there in Libya on that day that this was a protest?
No, there was none. And I'm confident that Ambassador Stevens would have reported a protest immediately if one appeared on his door. The protocol, of course, was for us to evacuate immediately from the consulate and move to the annex.
Okay. Was there anything in connection to a YouTube video? Was there any awareness that it was the events occurred because of a YouTube video?
The YouTube video was a non-event in Libya.
Okay. And did you know about that within a couple days or the day of?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you report to anyone in Washington within the first couple of days that there was anything in connection, a protest in connection to a YouTube video?
No, the only report that our mission made through every channel was that there had been an attack on a consulate.
Not a protest?
No protest.
You can leave your microphone off. I'm going to come back to you a few times. Mr. Gowdy mentioned this earlier, but on September 16th, Ambassador Susan Rice went on the Sunday shows, recited a whole group of talking points. Were you a part of those talking points?
No, I had no role in their preparation.
Okay. So 1 month later, we had an Undersecretary Kennedy. Let's play his statement.
Always made clear from the very beginning that we are giving out the best information we have at the time we are giving it out. That information has evolved over time. For example, if any administration official, including any career official, had been on television on Sunday, September 16th, they would have said the same thing that Ambassador Rice would have said. She had information at that point from the intelligence community, and that is the same information I had, and I would have made exactly the same points. Clearly, we know more today, but we knew what we knew when we knew it.
By September 16th, did you know what you know, which is apparently what Susan Rice said? Let me rephrase that, actually. Let me actually make that a question, if you will. Ambassador Rice recited a set of facts. A month later, the State Department defends that. You are a career State Department official. Would you have said the things that Ambassador Rice said?
Not after hearing what President Magariaf said, especially considering the fact that he had gone to Benghazi himself at great personal and political risk. And for him to appear on world television and say this was a planned attack by terrorists is phenomenal. I was jumping up and down when he said that. It was a gift for us from a policy perspective, from my perspective, sitting in Tripoli.
And did that occur before September 16th?
He said that on the same talk shows with Ambassador Rice.
And did you report that? Was there knowledge that he was going to say that?
No, there was not.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I know we have a lot more questions about this, including what that did in country. Ambassador Rice's rhetoric, what that did and the impact it had in country for the work that you were doing and the delay that resulted because of that, of the FBI investigation on the ground. If you could speak to that, and Mr. Chairman, if you'll indulge me,
briefly.
and let him answer, please. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr.
Yes, sorry. Again, it took 17, 18 days for us from that interview to get the FBI to Benghazi. And we dealt with people at a low level, and we got them to Benghazi by stringing together a series of basically low-level commitments to help us get them to Benghazi.
Thank you. The gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to the families, again, of those who lost their lives in Benghazi, you have our condolences. And I think the best tribute we can give to those who've lost their lives is to make sure that we make sure this doesn't happen again. And I think that's really the goal of the committee. Gentlemen, thank you for being here today. Mr. Hicks, especially thank you for your extensive conversation about what happened during the confusion of those first hours, whether the ambassador was at the hospital or the annex, and all of that happened. I can tell you about 16 years ago, I was backpacking through the Darien Gap in Colombia and woke up to machine gun fire and hand grenades. And at the time, we didn't know what happened. We had paramilitaries on the river, we had guerrillas behind us, and we were caught in between. So I can fully understand the full confusion that happened at that time, and your recanting of that, and I think we saw that in the report. What I can tell you, though, Mr. Chairman, is, I don't think there's a smoking gun today. I don't even think there's a lukewarm slingshot. What we have is some strong opinions from people who at least I know Mr. Nordstrom and Mr. Hicks both participated in the study, and Mr. Thompson, while he didn't, no one stopped him. No one said he shouldn't go in the study, but we've had a chance to take a look at this, and I think what's really imperative is that we make sure that these recommendations are done, that something concrete comes out of this so that no one else is in this situation. And I think one of the real things that we can do as a committee, as individuals on this committee, is to make sure that we provide adequate funding for security and training to all of our embassies. And I think, that I look at, I'm one of the new folks around here, so when I look at some of the past budgets where we've been asked for literally hundreds of millions of dollars that haven't been approved in a post-9/11 world, I look at that as rather risky. And both Mr. Nordstrom and Mr. Hicks, you both have extensive experience around the world and various places you've been. So looking at this proactively, I think this is probably the 9th or so hearing that the House has had on this issue. So maybe it's time we start looking at how we make sure we protect our embassies the very best way we can, rather than kind of going through and rehashing some of the same old stories. My question specifically for both Mr. Hicks and Mr. Nordstrom are, when it comes to extra training or extra security, do you feel that we need more in some of the embassies across the world, so that make sure that those who are working in there indeed have the very best protections, because we have that responsibility to them as they serve the country? Mr. Hicks?
Thank you. I think there are two things, and I appreciate the question. We in the State Department need more training for our people who are going to these critical threat posts, not only for our diplomatic security agents, but also for our everyday diplomats. We need to be able, in my opening statement, I talked about my experience in Bahrain of developing contacts who helped us get through some very difficult times in 2002 when our embassy was attacked twice and we were experiencing very severe anti-American demonstrations. We have to be able to engage. Our diplomats have to be out on the street. One of the reasons why we were perhaps caught off guard in Benghazi is because, for security purposes, because we had so few personnel there, the consulate was basically on lockdown. And so it was very difficult for our principal officer to get out and mingle with the people and learn what was going on. This was magnified when I talked with a correspondent after the event who had been in Benghazi after 9/11, and the correspondent told me that the people of Benghazi were terrified. by these Islamic extremist militias. We didn't have that sense prior to 9/11. And the only way we could have that sense is if we're out on the street. I think Undersecretary of State for Public Diplomacy, Sonnenschein, said it beautifully at the tribute for Ann Smedinghoff last week when she quoted Correspondent Edward R. Murrow about going the last 3 feet. That's what we as diplomats do. So if we're going to be going outside the embassies to meet with people and learn what's going on, we have to have the training to be able to respond rapidly and effectively to a desperate situation. So that's one thing. The other thing I believe that we need to do, and I put this forth as part of my platform in running for office in my speech to the Foreign Service, we need to develop a robust paradigm for analyzing and mitigating risk, and one that is comprehensible to every member of the Emergency Action Committee. And this would be a powerful tool for our regional security officers to be able to develop the kinds of programs and the kinds of activities that we need to mitigate risks that they identify through the use of this paradigm.
Thank you. We now go to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing. And I, too, agree with both sides of the aisle. This ought to continue with other hearings. And it was shocking to just hear a statement about this is rehashing same old stories. These aren't old stories. These aren't same old stories. This is a situation that is atrocious in that it happened. And it's about time we heard the stories for the first time that we're hearing today, and I thank the witnesses for being here to do that for us. And appreciate your valor, and appreciate the families and their sacrifice. Mr. Thompson, on several occasions already, it's been insinuated that not only did you not ask to be interviewed by ARB, but that you refused. You've indicated on a couple occasions, no, you asked to be involved. Let me give you further opportunity and ask you, why were you concerned about the ARB's failure to interview you? And did you raise any concerns with the Department about the Review Board's unwillingness to interview you?
The reason I was concerned about it was that it was a terrorist event, and we did not respond to a terrorist event with the team, or we weren't considered to, and there wasn't a normal process by which that goes through. That process that I've already stated is not one that is bureaucratic. It's one that can go from a cold start to wheels up, so to speak, within hours.
On-the-ground experience, understanding of what you were tasked to do.
Yes. With respect to places like Nairobi, Kenya, on August 7th, 1998, in which we had 12 murdered Americans, 240 murdered Kenyans, and thousands injured. A very ambiguous situation, and a situation in which we responded to and collaborated with our DOD and our FBI colleagues. Even OFTA was there because we had to get Office of Foreign Disaster Assistance. We even had to get them in there to help with the medical resupply because the hospitals were overrun by this event. We had to set up a new embassy because we had one that was destroyed. We had to set up all the communications for the ambassadors, so it was a fairly comprehensive response. Such was not the case in Tripoli with Mr. Hicks. However, we did have a need to get people pushed forward early, and even if they did not end up in Tripoli, they would be closer. Again, going back to the tyranny of distance, whether we would have landed in Frankfurt or Sigonella or Crete or somewhere in the area, those are the things I would have brought out to the board had I been interviewed.
Any of those findings included in the ARB report?
Not to my knowledge, but I also have not seen a classified version. They may be in there.
Mr. Hicks, in a little deference to my colleague from Ohio, I'd say on top of all of your distinguished records of achievement and accolades, your 2 earned degrees from University of Michigan are your best, and I appreciate that. Let me ask you this. Do you know if anyone interviewed by the ARB was provided an opportunity to read the full classified report?
I've talked to several witnesses who were interviewed by the ARB, and none of them have been allowed to read the classified report.
As far as you know, none that were interviewed have read the classified report?
So far as I know.
So you mentioned that there was a 2 a.m. phone call with the Secretary of State. During that short phone call conversation that you rehearsed for us, was there any mention of a demonstration during that conversation?
No.
It would be interesting to know if that was included in the report, but you've not read it.
Correct.
In fact, it wasn't. Do you think the ARB report lets any individual or bureaucracy off the hook?
Again, as I mentioned earlier, given the decision-making that Undersecretary Pat Kennedy was making with respect to Embassy Tripoli and Consulate Benghazi operations, he has to bear some responsibility.
What, in your view, were the shortcomings of the ARB process, besides not interviewing some people and allowing the classified report to be read?
Well, again, there was no stenographer in the room when we were interviewed.
No stenographer?
No, sir. And
so we're talking about editorial commentary potential as opposed to clear truth, accuracy?
That's correct. There were note takers. I had counsel in the room with me taking notes, but other witnesses did not have counsel or may not have had counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I don't have that benefit on the campaign trail to not have accurate reporting. Thank you.
Well, it's Congress created the ARB in 1986, so we have the ability to professionalize it by congressional action. Perhaps that will be something we'll recommend. We now go to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for your bravery in being here today and for your service to our nation. I really believe that the best way to honor the sacrifice of Ambassador Stevens and the 3 other Americans who gave their lives in the line of duty in a final act of devotion to this nation, the best thing that we can do is to put aside politics and take a hard look at the facts of what went wrong and what we need to do as we move forward to make sure this never, ever happens again. And I share the frustration that many of my colleagues have expressed about the fact that we did not have the opportunity to properly prepare for your testimony today or to participate in a bipartisan investigation. You know, I want to take a look particularly at what we can do to strengthen our missions, particularly in parts of the world where we cannot rely on host governments to provide adequate security, what we need to do to strengthen our ability to protect our outposts. As you've mentioned already, this includes better security measures and more U.S. security personnel. Mr. Hicks, you had said that regarding the ARB's recommendations that you thought it was incomplete, that the recommendations were unbalanced in favor of, I think you said, building higher walls, pouring more concrete, and that it was insufficiently strong in recommending that the State Department personnel needed to have more and better training, which is what you started to respond to my colleague from Wisconsin, Mr. Procan. Could you elaborate further on what you believe needs to be done with improvements in training?
Again, the point I made is that those of us whose job is to engage the local population, to represent America to local populations, we have to be able to go outside. We have to be able to meet them in their own places, especially in a part of the world where hospitality is a major part of the culture, and where also the demonstration of personal courage is an important part of the culture. So that means that we have to, as individuals, those of us who go outside, have to be able to be cognizant of the situations that we're going into. We have to be situationally aware, I think, as Eric would say, in order to recognize in advance that we may be getting into a difficult situation and we need to be able to respond appropriately. And if we are put in a situation of extremis, then we have to also have the ability to be able to protect ourselves in that situation.
Thank you. Mr. Nordstrom, I know that you did not have a chance to elaborate on my colleague's question. What is your opinion? Because I really want to make sure that we get the lessons learned from this. Is there a balance that could be struck between focusing on improvements to physical security and also focusing on improvements to training, as Mr. Hicks suggested, or maybe dynamic communications? Do you have any specific recommendations?
Is a perfect one. My concern is that in the wake of an attack, we're going to go through the same cycle that we've gone through all the time. More money is not always the solution. More is not always the solution. Better is the solution. During the process, I had somebody ask me, as part of the ARB, whether or not, why had I not requested machine guns, 50 caliber machine guns for the consulate in Benghazi. I was awestruck. I said, if we are to the point where we have to have machine gun nests at a diplomatic institution, isn't there a larger question, what are we doing? Why do we have staff there? One of the recommendations that I looked at is, again, it's decision-making processes. That doesn't cost money. One of the things that we saw, again, is what is the role of DS? Is DS, diplomatic security, elevated high enough within the Department of State's organizational structure whereby recommendations that are within that organization are heard by the Secretary of State? I mean, I think she has a very reasonable assertion that some of these issues weren't brought to her attention. Well, how do we fix that so that they are brought to the attention of the Secretary of State? It's not lost on me that as the unheeded messenger this time around, I look at where those messages seem to stop, the Undersecretary for Management. I look back and I see the last time we had a major attack was East Africa. Mr. Thompson's talked about it. Who was in that same position when the unheeded messengers of the ambassador in Nairobi and the RSO in Nairobi were raising those concerns? It just so happens it's the same person. The Undersecretary for Management was in that same role before. So if anybody should understand this, I would hope that he would. So that's why I'm going to the point of there's something apparently wrong with the process of how those security recommendations are raised to the Secretary.
I agree. I think that you've given us a great way forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I thank the gentlelady. We now go to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Amash.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the witnesses for testifying today. Thank you for your service. Mr. Hicks, from a Michigan alum, go blue. Mr. Hicks, you testified that you haven't read the final classified ARB report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you haven't been allowed to read the report, how do you know whether your testimony was used appropriately?
I have no idea.
Have the department employees who were singled out for disciplinary action, were they allowed to read the final classified ARB report to find out to examine the evidence that was used against them?
Two of those individuals have told me that they were not allowed to read the classified report.
Do you believe that the ARB report does enough to ensure that a similar tragedy doesn't take place in the future?
Again, I haven't read the complete report, so I can't make a judgment at this point in time.
Did you have an opportunity to provide input with respect to the report?
Yes, I had a 2-hour conversation with the board.
All right. I'm going to yield some time to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Chaffetz.
Thank you. Mr. Hicks, do we typically need permission of a host nation government to fly military aircraft over their territory?
Yes, we do.
And to your knowledge, did we ever ask the Libyans for permission to fly over their country?
Frequently.
But did we the night of the attack?
The night of the attack?
Once this incident started, did we seek permission from the Libyan government to do a flyover?
I think in the record there is a UAV was flying over Libya that night, and it had permission to be there.
Did we ever ask for permission to fly anything other than an unarmed drone over Libya during the attack?
No.
Would you have known that?
Yes.
Based on your extensive experience as a diplomat in dealing with the Libyan government, do you believe the Libyans would have granted overflight rights if we had requested it?
I believe they would have.
Mr. Nordstrom, do you believe that would also be true?
I think certainly in this situation, they were fairly, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I think one of the unanswered questions here is, if it's a possibility, if there's any chance that we could get military overflight, if we could get a military flight there, then we would ask permission in advance. My concern is there was never an intention, there was never an attempt to actually get these military aircraft over there. I think one of the hard questions we have to ask is not only about the tankers, but what was the NATO response? We flew for months over Libya. Months we conducted an air campaign. And we have assets. We have NATO partners. We worked, for instance, with the Italians. It is stunning that our government, the power of the United States of America, couldn't get a tanker in the air. Mr. Hicks, when did you think that this was actually over? It was done. We were safe.
Not until our personnel landed in Tripoli on the C-130.
And then, even then, Ansar al-Sharia had posted that we were potentially, there's a reason why you had to leave the facility in Tripoli.
That's correct.
When did you actually return to the embassy in Tripoli?
We returned, I believe, on the 14th.
When did the FAST team arrive to help secure the embassy?
They arrived on the night of September 12th at about 8.
And there still was a potential thought. And the government never asked for permission. This is one of the deep concerns. In the last minute here, I want to ask Mr. Thompson here. I want to read to you another excerpt of an email sent by you to Timothy Walsh and James Webster on Wednesday, September 12th. This is at 11:10 in the morning. Quote, spoke to DB. Who's DB?
Daniel Benjamin.
Daniel Benjamin on the phone this morning. He understands my fest points, concurs, but expressed his pessimism regarding our deployment and by extension does not intend to lobby for our inclusion. End quote. To remind everybody here, didn't Daniel Benjamin recently state that any claim that key elements of the Counterterrorism Bureau, such as FEST, were cut out of the response planning was simply, quote, untrue? Is that your understanding?
Correct.
How do you react to that? He goes out and publicly says that's not true, but based on the email, sounds like you had a discussion with him. What happened in that discussion?
He was on the phone from Germany. Another member of our front office had been talking to him. She asked if he wanted to talk to me. I gave him a quick rundown of what had happened the night before. I'd kept him informed via BlackBerry on an unclass level about the concerns and obviously when we finally understood how many people had been murdered that night, he was shocked and appalled, wanted to know anything he could do, and I told him about the dismissal and how it was dismissed in terms of getting our people out, getting our people out of town. And I would just add that it's more than process and it's more than some of the other things that have been stated. My biography is in the record. We lived by a code. That code says you go after people when they're in peril, when they're in the service of their country. We did not have the benefit of hindsight in the early hours, and those people who are in peril in the future need to know that we will go get them, and we will do everything we can to get them out of harm's way. That night unfolded in ways that no one could have predicted when it first started, and it is my strong belief then as it is now that we needed to demonstrate that resolve even if we still had the same outcome.
Mr. Chairman. Thank the gentleman. For the purpose of the gentleman's seat.
I just wanted to reiterate, Mr. Chairman, your point to me that rather than speculate what Mr. Benjamin and Mr. Kennedy and others may think or may have said, we'll have the opportunity.
We look forward to it. Actually, all time has expired. We now go to the gentlelady from Illinois who's been patiently waiting, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I, too, would like to thank you for your service and thank you for your patience and endurance sitting here almost 3 hours, and my condolences to the family. Mr. Hicks, I would like to ask you about your testimony involving the flight from Tripoli to Benghazi. First, in your interview with the committee, you explained that the first plane from Tripoli to Benghazi left on the night of the attack around 1:15 a.m. Is that correct?
No, it arrived in Benghazi about 1:15.
It arrived, okay. The ARB report says that the first plane had a 7-person security team, which included 2 military personnel. Is that correct?
Yes, it did.
Now, you also told the committee that a second flight left Tripoli the next morning, September 12th, between 6 and 6:30 a.m. Is that correct?
I think the flight actually left a little later, but again, the timelines are still not, have merged to a great extent, given time.
Okay. You said that 4 military personnel were told not to board that plane and that this call came from Special Operations Command Africa. Is that right?
That's what I understand.
Okay. During the interview, you were asked if you knew what was the rationale that you were given that they couldn't go ultimately. And you explained, I guess they just didn't have the right authority from the right level. Is that correct?
I think that's correct.
Okay. So you basically don't know why they were told not to get on the plane.
I have
right?
no idea why they were told not to get, why they were not allowed to go to the plane, go get on that airplane.
Thank you. Just this morning, the Department of Defense released a press release, if I can read it. The team leader called Special Operations Command Africa to update them that the movement of U.S. personnel to the Tripoli annex was complete. He then reported his intention to move his team to Benghazi aboard the Libyan C-130. As the mission in Benghazi at that point had shifted to evacuation, the Special Operations Command Africa Operations Center directed him to continue providing support to the embassy in Tripoli. We continue to believe that there was nothing this group could have done had they arrived in Benghazi, and they performed superbly in Tripoli. In fact, when the first aircraft arrived back in Tripoli, these 4 played a key role in receiving, treating, and moving the wounded. I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Mr. Conley.
I thank my colleague.
Does the gentlelady want that in the record?
Yes, please.
Without objection, it will be placed in the record.
Mr. Hicks, you quoted, you said rather emphatically that the video had no material impact in Libya.
That's correct.
And you talked several times about conversations, phone conversations with the Prime Minister, who referred to it as a terrorist act, not as a protest. Is that correct?
That's
President.
Oh, the President. But we don't want to leave a misimpression here. I mean, the Libyan government is somewhat incoherent at this time. I mean, it's hardly a unified government.
That's correct.
And, for example, you were busy on the day, but on September 12th, the New York Times published a story quoting Libya's Deputy Interior Minister, Wanis al-Sharif, who said that his initial instinct was to avoid flaming the situation by risking a confrontation with people angry about the video in Libya. He said he also criticized the Americans at the mission for failing to heed what he said was the Libyan government's advice to pull its personnel or beef up its security, especially in light of recent violence in the city and the likelihood that the video would provoke protests. That same article interviewed people engaged in the assault in Benghazi who cited, according to the New York Times, the 14-minute video, that this was due to their anger. Now, my only point is, the Libyan government didn't speak with just one voice. There were disparate voices. Some, in fact, did see the video, apparently, at the time, as an influence. And it's a little, I don't want to mislead the public that there was one unified perspective and that narrative is entirely false and was at the time. Would you care to comment?
Sure. Our assessment in the embassy was that, the video was not an instigator of anything that was going on in Libya. Now, I understand that these people were quoted. In fact, on September 20th, Prime Minister Al-Kib raised the video in in front of the press when Deputy Secretary Burns was there. But we saw no demonstrations related to the video anywhere in Libya. The only event that transpired was the attack on our consulate on the night of September 11th.
Thank you very much. I thank my colleague. Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection, I'd like to enter into the record the full New York Times article dated September 12th, Libya attack brings challenge for the U.S.
I certainly think under the circumstances it would be appropriate to put into the record something that says that we were stupid to still have a consulate in Benghazi, that it was an unreasonable risk and it should have been closed down in light of the danger, and, in fact, they may have been a video reaction. I think that's a good balance.
I thank the Chairman for that unanimous consent comment.
With that, we go to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, to the families, thank you for the heroism that your sons exhibited. I would tell you that. To the three of you at the stand, thank you for your bravery, particularly in light of how we've treated whistleblowers today and in the past. Mr. Hicks, did you ever question officials in Washington about what Secretary Rice said on Sunday, the Sunday talk shows?
Yes. Again, when Assistant Secretary Jones called me after the talk show event, I asked her why she had said there was a demonstration when we had reported that there was an attack.
Was she the only one that you talked
Yes.
to? Okay. And her reaction was?
Her reaction, again, was, I don't know, and it was very clear that from the tone that I should not proceed with any further.
So she was very curt?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive any negative feedback based on this conversation?
Over the next month, I began to receive counseling from Assistant Secretary Jones about my management style, things that I basically was already doing on the ground, but nevertheless, I implemented everything that she asked me to do.
Something that you were highly recommended and highly accommodated for. They're questioning it all of a sudden. Can I have the video to be played on the screen, please?
The fact is, we had 4 dead Americans. Was it because of a protest, or was it because of guys out for a walk one night who decided they'd go kill some Americans? What difference at this point does it make? It is our job to figure out what happened and do everything we can to prevent it from ever happening again.
Well, I'm really mad, but Mr. Hicks, could I give you the opportunity to respond to that question? What difference does it make?
I think the question is, what difference did it make?
Yep.
President Makaryev was insulted in front of his own people, in front of the world. His credibility was reduced. His ability to lead his own country was damaged. He was angry. A friend of mine who ate dinner with him in New York during the UN season told me that he was still steamed about the talk shows 2 weeks later. And I definitely believe that it negatively affected our ability to get the FBI team quickly to Benghazi.
So that definitely impacted getting the FBI to look at the crime scene, did it not?
Absolutely.
So when you talked to the Libyan government, were they responsive when you asked about access for the FBI?
It was a long slog of 17 days to get the FBI team to Benghazi, working with various ministries to get ultimately agreement to support that visit to get them to Benghazi. But we accomplished that mission. But again, at the highest levels of the government, there was never really a positive approval.
So this false labeling was to a spontaneous reaction to a video, was a direct contravention of the explanation offered by this president of Libya. And the facts on the ground impact our ability to investigate the crime scene afterward. How long was it, as you said, before the FBI was allowed access into Benghazi to examine that crime scene?
17 days.
17 days. Was the crime scene secured during that time?
No, it was not. We repeatedly asked the government of Libya to secure the crime scene and prevent interlopers, but they were unable to do so.
So let me get the timeline finalized here. So the FBI is sitting in Tripoli for weeks, waiting for the approval of the Libyan government to travel to Benghazi. Is that appropriate?
Well, they were attempting to do their job from Tripoli as best they could.
But they were denied access into Benghazi, right?
Correct.
So what were they doing with their time?
They were interviewing witnesses that they could find in Tripoli and could meet with in Tripoli, and they were also engaging with the government in order to develop a cooperative investigation with the Libyans who had sent an investigative team, an investigator to Benghazi.
Were you interviewed by the FBI?
No, I was never interviewed by the FBI.
Never. Nice story. I yield back my time.
I thank the gentleman. We now go to the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for being here. And, you know, it's my understanding that we've had 9 oversight hearings on Benghazi since the horrific attacks on our consulate on September 11, 2012. And like many of my colleagues have expressed to the family, I believe that we need to continue to do everything within our power as Congress to get to the solutions and the recommendations that will prevent this from happening again. And I think that in addition to our condolences, the things that we need to do most is our job, to come up with the recommendations to prevent this. One of the overall conclusions of the Accountability Review Board was just that, quote, that Congress must do its part to meet this challenge and provide necessary resources to the State Department to address security risks and meet mission imperatives. That was a direct statement out of the Review Board recommendation. And I think each of you agree that Congress must do its part. Am I correct? Yes or no, real quick.
Yes.
So, you know, Mr. Chairman, I just would hope that after this hearing, after 9 oversight hearings, that we will begin to work on some specific recommendations that we can bring forward, and that all of us working together can do our job to protect our embassies. I think that's what the public wants. I believe and hope that that's what the families want in the memory and the legacy of those who lost their lives. And I would say that it does cost money. Mr. Nordstrom, I know you say it's not just about money, but it also is about properly prioritizing budget considerations. And, you know, in the past, you know, my colleagues on the other side have not been willing to make the kinds of serious and sustained commitments to funding that are necessary for large-scale and long-term security projects like building facility improvements, for example.
Would the gentleman yield briefly?
May I?
Of course.
Thank you. And so in both the 2011 and 2012 budget cycles, the budgets gave the State Department hundreds of millions of dollars less than what was requested. The fiscal year 2013 budget as proposed by the other side proposed even more cuts. They want to reduce international affairs budget by more than $5 billion less than it was in fiscal year 12. That is a 9.8% cut to diplomatic security when extrapolated across the whole foreign affairs budget. By the fiscal year 2016, the proposed budget by the other side further cuts funding to international affairs by another $5 billion. This represents a 20% cut to diplomatic security when extrapolated over the entire foreign affairs budget. So these are serious and significant cuts, and we cannot pretend that they don't have consequences. And so I know that my colleagues have talked several times about holding people accountable. Well, I hope that one of those groups that we will hold accountable are ourselves, as members of Congress, to do our job to properly fund the safety of our embassies so that this never happens again. I urge my Republican counterparts to work with us in a bipartisan effort to actually fund these improvements to our embassy security and to follow through on the 29 ARB recommendations that have already been made and those that we believe should also be supported from this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We now go to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Meehan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I note for the record that Charlene Lamb, who testified before this committee the previous time, was asked specifically the question as to whether or not funding issues impacted the actions that took place, and she said no. So, and I'm really intrigued at this point in time by some of the commentary, because one of the things I'd like to follow up on the questioning, Mr. Nordstrom, that came to you from Mr. Langford with regards to some of the decisions that were made, because being in Benghazi, having the Secretary, because I'm going to tell you, I am struggling to find out how we had the United States ambassador in a marginally safe American compound in an increasingly hostile area on an iconic day like September 11th with limited security. And I think that there are some issues that you were talking about first. Decisions that were made about allowing occupancy in the first place. Could you tell me quickly about how that was enabled to be approved?
That's the same question I still have to this day.
You do not know, but you do know, according to the law, it appears that it must be signed off by the Secretary of State, and there is no delegation.
Certainly for parts of it, yes, for the SECA portion of it. Following up,
on July 31st, it's a fact that there, where I go back on the record, there were 16 SSTs, actually Special Forces in Libya, 14 Department of State security personnel. On August 31st, just shortly before, that had been reduced to 6 regulation individuals in Tripoli, 3 in Benghazi. Why the cutback on security?
Again, that's one of the questions that I had. I've never seen it addressed in the ARB or anything else, is why were these decisions that we made turned down? Why were, in fact, there was a proposal that went back all the way to a month after we had arrived, asking for $2.1 million for staffing to have 19 DS agents maintained throughout that time period. I still don't have any understanding as what happened to that proposal. That went to the Undersecretary of Management as part of the
Did you have confidence in the ability of the locals in the country who were purportedly designed to provide security for you? Did you have confidence in their ability to provide that?
I think, to put it succinctly, it was the best bad plan. It was the only thing we had.
It was the only thing, but I didn't ask if it wasn't. Did you have confidence in that?
No.
Did you report that at any point in time to officials in Washington, D.C.?
We did. We did note the training deficiencies in particular. That was something that was always there. Certainly, we had also raised the issue of doing some sort of counterintelligence vetting of the people that worked for us. Ultimately, that was turned down, even though we wanted it, because the Department of State wanted Post to pay the funds for it, which we didn't have. It had always been under our understanding that that was going to be paid for by Washington. Thank you. So,
Mr. Thompson, I know that you have background in counterterrorism. I'm going back on, this is testimony that was provided by Lieutenant Colonel Wood, who was an SST person doing service in Tripoli and ultimately wanted to be in Benghazi. He talked about Facebook threats that were made about Western influences in Benghazi. I also note then a series of issues: an RPG attack on the Red Cross in early May, a Red Cross second attack in June, an IED attack against the UN mission in April 6, an IED attack against a UN convoy on April 10th, an assassination attempt on the British ambassador in June 11th with RPGs, an attempted carjacking on August 6th of 2 SST officers of the United States in your mind, does this, in your professional opinion, would this suggest to you that the facility in Benghazi, by a reasonable person with your experience or a reasonable person in the State Department, would be likely to be considered a possible or even likely target of a terrorist incident?
It certainly had all the indicators of that based on that history, yes, Congressman.
And in light of that, and in light of your experience at Mr. Nordstrom's testimony, would you have been happy with the idea that it was allowed to be maintained under less than the staffing that had existed only a month before or 2 months before, and under standards which were only 2 in the entire country, according to the testimony of Mr. Nordstrom, that were not meeting the requirements, the minimal requirements of safety?
No, sir. It doesn't make
Mr. Nordstrom or Mr. Hicks, what is normalization and why were we doing this?
That's been a question even that the ARB raised and others have raised. I'm not sure. I mean, sarcastically, we saw it as do more with less, but that I first saw that term normalization in that budget proposal, a resource proposal, a month after we had arrived. There was already talk about normalizing our footprint. It was then picked up again in February when Greg's predecessor had met with Das Lamb. Same thing. It struck me as being part of some sort of script, just like the reason why we didn't close the facility in Benghazi despite the risks. There was already a political decision that said we're going to keep that open. That's fine, but no one's ever come out and said that we made that risk and we made that decision and take responsibility for it.
I thank the gentleman.
My time's expired, but Mr. Hicks, did you have a response to that as well?
Normalization to us was moving towards being like a normal embassy instead of having being, in a sense, under siege or in a hostile environment where we're surrounded by potential threats. And we wanted to move towards normal life, and it also meant removing or a withdrawal of extra DS personnel and then a movement towards our diplomatic security personnel managing more of a program that included the recruitment of Libyans to provide additional the security that we needed.
Thank you. Mr. Hicks, you mentioned earlier your wife being such an important part of your decision process. Were you planning on bringing her to Libya since it was normalized?
Just, Mr. Chairman, thanks. Just to correct, I was actually selected to be DCM by Assistant Secretary for Near Eastern Affairs, Jeff Feltman, in Tripoli.
Jeff and I spent a lot of time in the 2006 war in Lebanon together. Yeah. He's a good man.
Yeah.
But as to family returning to Libya, I mean, normalization means you bring back dependents and so on. Was that part of what was going on?
That's what we were pointing towards, in fact. And Chris and I had a long talk on the night of September 9th before we left for Benghazi, and we talked about this, that we felt optimistic about the trajectory. That even though all of these security problems were going on, we felt that the Libyans were getting their political act together. They were going to pull together a government. They were going to get a constitution. Their economy was going to pick up. They were going to stabilize. And my next project was, in fact, to reach out to the board members of the American school and start working with them about the possibility of opening the school in September. And that would, of course, allowed me to bring my family to join me in Tripoli. And that was actually a condition that my wife made for my going to my second unaccompanied assignment. So
I'm sure she's glad to have you home now, though.
Yes, she's very glad to have me home.
With that, we go to the gentleman from New Mexico who's been patiently waiting. Oh, I'm sorry. Who's next? Mr. Cardenas, next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My condolences to all the families and everybody who suffered from this tragedy. And also, I hope that you pray for us that we do the right thing as policy makers and not as politicians. Mr. Nordstrom, You've stated here that you felt the security situation in Benghazi was unsafe. As a matter of fact, you've been very clear on placing blame with a number of people. So given everything that was going on at the time and everything you have said today and what you said on October 10th, at any point did you suggest to Ambassador Stevens that he should not travel to Benghazi on September 11th's anniversary, and that the situation was volatile and that the facility, per your own assessment, was not secure?
I had departed post on 26th of July, so I didn't have the opportunity to do that. I would defer that to the RSO that was there at the time, John Martinek. It's my understanding that he also had raised some concerns and discussed that.
So you have your opinions today, but you did not have those same opinions back then?
I wasn't at post for September 11th. I had departed 6 weeks prior. So,
if the gentleman would indulge, I think he's asking, what was your opinion on the day you left relative to Benghazi?
Oh, okay, I understand. I had actually met with the ambassador prior to that as part of an out briefing, and he and I talked about kind of the way forward, and the threats in the East were something that we talked about. I had mentioned that in October as well. It was very concerning to us, the increase in the targeting. It was something that I had mentioned back to our headquarters in reporting. It was something that the Ministry of Interior brought up. When the ambassador went and met with the minister in July to talk about requesting static security, they highlighted, number one, growing extremism in the East, particularly in Benghazi, in Derna, and Sirte. So absolutely, that was something that we discussed, and we were concerned in particular that we were not getting the resources.
So you stressed that you did stress concerns, but not to the point where you said, I wouldn't go if I were you, or
we never had that discussion, in part because the ambassador had not indicated any sort of desire to travel to Benghazi. My hope would have been that they would have had resources there to augment any such travel.
Okay. And resources require other kinds of resources. I mean, if you have resources on the ground, they require actual funding, et cetera. There's a balance to creating the kind of atmosphere and security that would be required to meet any concerns, correct?
Sure. In what we were looking at is that you were going to have a downsizing of personnel in Tripoli. So anytime the ambassador would have traveled, that would have impacted security in both locations because you would have been splitting up resources, which is what I think ultimately happened.
Mr. Hicks, can you shed some light on this discussion that we're having?
In the two planning meetings that we had for Ambassador Stevens' trip to Benghazi, Regional Security Officer John Martinek raised serious concerns about his travel. Because of those concerns, the ambassador adjusted his plans for that trip. First, he agreed that he would go in a low-profile way. His trip would not be announced in advance. We would not do any planning of meetings until right before he went. Second, he eventually decided also to shorten his trip. He initially had planned to go on the 8th. He went on the 10th instead to narrow the time frame that he would be in Tripoli. The third step that he took was that one public event that he planned would take place at the very end of his trip, just before he left.
Okay. So basically, you're describing what I feel to be consistent. What I've known of the ambassador is that he was very, very committed. He did listen to advice, et cetera, but he was very determined, and he continued to do his job.
Exactly. He went there to do his job. He felt that he had a political imperative to go to Benghazi and represent the United States there in order to move the project forward to make the Benghazi Consulate a permanent constituent post.
Okay. I'm so proud of his commitment, and that is very consistent with everybody who's come across him. I just hope that we can have that commitment up here as elected officials to do the right thing so this never happens again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We now go to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's hearing is about one thing, one simple thing. It's finding the truth. And I know these families here want the truth, and I know the American people want the truth. But yet, I listened to this questioning today, and there seems to be a real partisan feel to finding the truth, and I don't understand that. I mean, if you listen to the other side, you'd think it's time just to move on from this. They would agree with Secretary Clinton, right, that they would just say, what difference does it make? Well, some of the family members I talked to before this hearing, I guarantee this hearing makes a difference today. We want to know who made some of these decisions and why they made some of these decisions. The only encouraging part that I heard from the other side is that they feel that you all should be protected. Your ability to testify here and your desire to testify here should be protected, so that's good. And I want you to know I really appreciate you all being here. It does matter. It matters to a lot of people. Mr. Hicks, after your visit with Congressman Chaffetz, or Congressman Chaffetz's visit, did you feel any kind of shift in the way you were treated?
Yes, again, I did. When Assistant Secretary Jones visited shortly after, prior to the visit, Assistant Secretary Jones had visited, and she pulled me aside and again said I needed to improve my management style and indicated that people were upset. I had no indication that my staff was upset at all, other than with the conditions that we were facing. Following my return to the United States, I attended Chris's funeral in San Francisco, and then I came back to Washington. Assistant Secretary Jones summoned me to her office, and she delivered a blistering critique of my management style. And she even said, I exclaimed, "I don't know why Larry Pope would want you to come back." And she said she didn't even understand why anyone at Tripoli would want me to come back.
But yet, right after the attack and before the attack, you had all kinds of praise for your leadership. You got a call from Secretary Clinton. You got a call from the President praising you for your service and how you handled things. Was there a seminal moment in your mind to when all this praise and appreciation turned into something else?
In hindsight, I think it began after I asked the question about Ambassador Rice's statement on the TV shows.
Mm-hmm. And anyone listening to this hearing today, if they don't have questions, I mean, there was some comment made about, well, there was a few people in Libya that had a problem with this YouTube video, but the overwhelming evidence is that this was a terrorist attack. Everybody knew it, but yet someone higher up decided to run with this story, this facade, and they kept it for a long time. And I would think that everyone sitting here wants to know the answer why that was done. So what other impediments have you had, or how have you felt since deciding to come forward? Do you feel like they've treated you any differently from that point on?
Well, after I was angry with the way I'd been criticized, I thought it was unfounded. I felt like I'd been tried and convicted in absentia, and but I decided I was going to go back and try to redeem myself in Tripoli.
What is your job right now?
What is my job? I am a Foreign Affairs Officer in the Office of Global Intergovernmental Affairs.
Okay, a far cry from where you were and your level of capabilities.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So when you came back to the United States, were you planning on going back to Libya?
I was. I fully intended to do so.
And what do you think happened?
Based on the criticism that I received, I felt that if I went back, I would never be comfortable working there. Mm-hmm. And in addition, my family really didn't want me to go back. We'd endured a year of separation when I was in Afghanistan in 2006 and 2007, and that was the overriding factor. So I voluntarily curtailed. I accepted an offer of what's called a no-fault curtailment. That means that there would be no criticism of my departure of post, no negative repercussions. And in fact, Ambassador Pope, when he made the offer to everyone in Tripoli when he arrived, Chargé Pope, when he arrived, he indicated that people could expect that they would get a good onward assignment out of that.
All right. Well, thank you. I would just close with the fact that we have a president that's made it his policy since he took office not to knee-jerk or jump to conclusions when it comes to some tragedy or event. But yet, why did he do it in this case? Why was he quick to jump to the conclusion that this was a protest due to a YouTube video? I think we all know that's not true, and I think we all need to find the answer to that.
Thank you, and of course.
Could I just clarify? The job that I have right now, between my curtailment and my finding of this job that I have now, I had no meaningful employment. I was in a status called Near Eastern Affairs over complement, and the job now is a significant, it's a demotion. Foreign Affairs Officer is a designation that is given to our civil service colleagues who are desk officers. So I've been effectively demoted from Deputy Chief of Mission to desk officer.
Let me just interject one thing at this time. In your opening statement, I note, and it's already in the record, but I want to make sure that it's separately placed in at this moment, you included an unclassified document purported to be from the President of the United States to the President of Libya. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want to be very careful. It doesn't have a signature. It looks like it was electronically transmitted.
It's a cable.
This cable, was it, as far as you know, from the President of the United States directly?
Yes.
And was it delivered to the President of Libya directly?
It was.
And does it mention terrorist attack anywhere else? And I'd note that this is September 17th, which would be that Monday afterwards. Does this, in your opinion, in any way, shape, or form, describe the unfortunate circumstances as terrorism to the President of Libya?
I believe it does.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I don't even know.
It's in his opening statement. It was delivered to everybody.
Okay.
These are inclusions. But it says, thank you for responding quickly to the tragic attack in Benghazi. And I'm reading through this thing, well, it's in the record, but as far as I can tell, it speaks of it as a tragic attack. It doesn't speak to it even after Ambassador Rice spoke. It doesn't speak to it as a terrorist attack or our war on terror or fighting terrorism. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't have it before me at this moment.
Okay, we'll deliver it back to you just to make sure someone may want to follow up, and your counsel has it for you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it says outrageous attack.
Okay, so it's an outrageous attack, but it doesn't talk about us working together to fight terrorism, does it?
No.
Okay, thank you for including that in the record. We now go to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Farrell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to also join my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in expressing our condolences to the families of Ambassador Stevens, Sean Smith, Tyrone Wood, and Glenn Doherty, and all of those others injured. I want to quickly clear up just a couple of loose ends from earlier testimony, and then I want to ask a couple of questions about the February 17th Martyr Brigade. But first off, Mr. Hicks, you've testified on numerous occasions that you never got a chance to read the classified ARB report. You do have security clearance that you sat in with the meeting with Mr. Chaffetz that your minder couldn't attend, so you do have security clearance.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then, Mr. Thompson, you testified and answered the question as to why the FEST team, your response team, was not deployed. One of the things you heard was it might not be to a safe location. Do you guys train to deploy to Canada or the Caribbean islands or other safe locations, or are you trained to respond to hotspots?
Hotspots.
And would there have been any reluctance on the part of you or any of the men or women in your organization to go to Libya or anywhere in the world that you were needed to protect Americans?
I hang out with a very noble and brave crowd. The answer is no.
I didn't think so. And then, Mr. Hicks, I want to talk a little bit about what was going on in Libya at the time. There had just been a revolution. We had a newly elected president, democratically elected. We were involved through our NATO partners in that. This was probably a win for the United States. We had a friendly government, a relatively friendly government going in, and then we all but make the new president out to, we throw him under the bus on the Sunday shows. And you testified that that may have been one of the reasons the FBI was slow getting in. Do you think it overall damaged our relationship beyond that with Libya?
It complicated things for that period of time, I think, particularly with respect to the FBI mission. But the Libyan people, as a poll released by Gallup right before 9/11 attests, valued our relationship highly. In fact, higher than almost any other Arab country. It was over 50% of the population.
And isn't that one of the reasons Ambassador Stevens went to Benghazi on that fateful day, is to continue to show our support for what was going on in Libya at the time?
Absolutely, especially to the people of Benghazi.
All right, now I want to go on. There have been some reports floating around. Can you, Mr. Nordstrom, can you tell me what the role of the February 17th Martyrs Brigade was in protecting the consulate in Benghazi?
Certainly. That was the unit, for lack of a better term, that was provided to us by the Libyan government.
Now, were you aware of any ties of that militia to Islamic extremists?
Absolutely. Yeah, we had that discussion on a number of occasions, the last of which was when there was a Facebook posting of a threat that named Ambassador Stevens and Senator McCain, who was coming out for the elections. That was in the July timeframe. I had met with some of my agents and then also with some annex personnel. We discussed that.
And Mr. Hicks, you were in Libya on the night of the attack. Do you believe the February 17th militia played a role in those attacks, was complacent in those attacks?
Certainly elements of that militia were complicit in the attacks. The attackers had to make a long approach march through multiple checkpoints that were manned by February 17 militia.
All right, now, okay, I'm going to, Mr. Hicks, Mr. Nordstrom, I'm going to ask you both this question. I mean, I'm stunned that the State Department was relying on a militia with extremist ties to protect American diplomats. That doesn't make any sense. How does that happen?
You mean like in Afghanistan, where Afghanis that are working with our military that are embedded and turn on them and shoot them, or Yemen, our embassy was attacked in 2008 by attackers wearing police uniforms, or in Saudi Arabia, in Jeddah, we had an attack in 2004. The Saudi National Guard that was protecting our facility reportedly ran from the scene, and then it took 90 minutes before we could get help.
With pretty high unemployment in the United States, I would imagine there's some people that would be willing to take it, Americans that would be willing to take jobs overseas.
We couldn't agree with you more, but unfortunately, as I said earlier, one of the things that we ran into, that was the best bad plan. That was the unit that the Libyan government had initially designated for VIP protection. It was very difficult to extract ourselves from that.
I certainly hope that these hearings will result in us not having to rely on the best of bad plans, and we can use folks like Mr. Thompson and his group for what they were intended and secure our personnel. I see I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman.
Only by a little. We now go to the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Washington, the chairman of the Resources Committee, Mr. Hastings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and let me add my voice to all of my colleagues that thank you for your service. I think while we all say it, it probably should go without saying it, but nevertheless, we really do appreciate that. Mr. Hicks, I want to follow up. You may have answered this, so I just want to get a clarification, because Mr. Jordan was entering into questions regarding the lawyer that came in and was not allowed to go to the meeting because of wasn't qualified to go to that meeting. My question specifically is to back up. The State Department sent this lawyer. Were you told why the lawyer was sent?
He was sent to participate in all the meetings and all events associated with Congressman Chaffetz's visit.
Okay. Did you find that unusual?
I never had occurred before in my career.
Okay, but they did. The State Department did say that this lawyer was going to come and participate in all of the meetings.
Yes,
you were told that, and then of course they couldn't because of the protocols. You mentioned that the tone of the State Department, as related to you, changed probably after the Rice interview.
It began to change.
Yeah. Explain, just give us some examples of how things changed.
Again, I began to have my management style counseled by Assistant Secretary Jones. When she visited, she again counseled me on my management style and said staff was upset. I had had no indication of staff being upset. And then again, when I returned to Washington, she delivered a very blistering critique of my style and again exclaimed, "I don't know why Larry Pope would want you back."
Well, that leads to a very obvious question then. Prior to September 10th, 2012, had you received any negative feedback from your superiors?
No. Chris and I had developed a very positive relationship. He trusted me, I trusted him, and we were working together very, very well, and the morale was high.
Well, I suppose in a career as long as yours, you might have some disagreement with your superiors. Was it to the extent that you have felt that you were treated after this event last September compared to prior maybe disagreements you may have with your superiors? I guess on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the worst,
10.
And you were
10
after. Okay, all right. I guess that's what I would like to wanted to follow up on. You mentioned that you feel in the job you have, it's really a demotion from the qualifications that you have had in your career in the service. Have you talked to any of your colleagues or any senior leaders within the State Department regarding this, and if so, what was those conversations all about?
I spoke with, well, after a couple of friends who are outside the department intervened with senior officials about my situation, the Deputy Secretary Burns and the Director General said that I would be taken care of. Same thing that Larry Pope had indicated. And so I met with the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Human Resources, Hans Clem, and I talked to him about what options might be available to me. And basically the answer was I would have to go through the formal, normal bidding process for assignments and persuade someone that I should be hired. And then the conversation with Deputy Secretary Burns was centered around discussions I'd had with the leadership of our embassy in Mexico City about the head of the political section job there, which would be a very good job. And he said that he would support that, but I had to go through the process, and it's a very long process since that position is at a higher grade.
Well, let me ask you this. Going through the process, and I understand there's protocols, but would that strike you as unusual as somebody with your background and the position that you had in Libya and other areas?
I was surprised that I was having to go through the process, the normal process.
Okay.
And especially when the ambassador in Mexico City had talked to Deputy Secretary Burns about bringing me on as his political counselor.
Well, I heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say that if there's any retribution, that's my words, not your words, any retribution on this, that you will have full support of your colleagues. Let me lend my support, and I think support of everybody here. I think a bipartisan support on somebody that comes forth that has a difference of agreement on a policy issue or a decision that killed 4 Americans deserve to have whatever we can give to you. So thank you very much, and I see my time has expired.
Well, and the time that we can ask witnesses to stay seated without a break has also expired. So for those of us who were able to get up and come back and forth, we're going to take about 10 minutes. I would ask the witnesses, you can either go through that door or this door to use facilities that are available there without going out into the public, and then we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes. Thank you.